this ordinary meeting of the Town of Victoria Park is now open. I'd like to begin with the acknowledgement of country, and I'd like to invite Councillor Bronwyn Ife to read the acknowledgement of country, please.
Nyang Jarapin Wajak Nunga Buja Yarakin Nija Vilya Baruk. I'm honoured to be standing on Wajak Noongar country on the banks of the Swan River. Nyang Kadich Noongar Mort, Ken Karak Nija Wajak Noongar Buja. Nyang Kadich Nija Noongar Berdia, Kora Yeye, Border, Bulapin Wardich, Noongar Karajin, Mort where Border Yeye. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and respect past, present and emerging leaders, their continuing cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land, which continues to be important today. Nyang Nyangka Balapin Nyunga Beria Vermort Ninja Buja. I thank them for their contribution made to life in the town of Victoria Park and to this region.
Thank you, Councillor Ife. Item 2 in our agenda tonight, announcements from the presiding member. So tonight's meeting is being recorded and live streamed. It is an electronic online meeting in accordance with clause 39 of the Town of Victoria Park's Meeting Procedures Local Law 2019. As the presiding member, I hereby give my permission for the administration to record this meeting. As the meeting is also being live streamed on the town's website, by being present at this meeting, any members of the public do consent to the possibility that their image and or their voice might be recorded and displayed to the public. Recordings of this meeting will also be made available on the town's website following the meeting. We have public question and public statement time for our ordinary council meetings. There are 2 opportunities for asking statements and making, or asking questions rather and making statements, both at the beginning and at the end of our meeting. Each public question and statement time will be held for a maximum of 30 minutes, and any additional time will need to be by agreement from the meeting and will be in 5-minute increments. There are guidelines that do need to be adhered to in our council meetings, and during question and statement time, people speaking are not to personalise any questions or statements about elected members or the town staff or use any possible defamatory remarks. Now, as I said, this is an online electronic meeting tonight. That is a result of an authorisation that I granted back at the end of March. This is also the second time, but the first time for an actual ordinary council meeting, that the Town of Victoria Park will be admitting members of the community to join us in the electronic meeting room. So those persons who have registered will be invited to join us, and they're welcome to remain for the duration of the meeting. Having mentioned that it's an electronic meeting and registrations to participate electronically were required to be made online prior to the close of the designated time, questions and statements are still able to have been submitted to the town in advance of tonight's meeting, and any questions and statements that are received from members of the public prior to the meeting and who are not planning on being in attendance online at the meeting will be read out by myself as the presiding member, and a relevant member of the staff will be called on to provide answers to any questions if required. Questions and statements related to an agenda item will generally be considered first, and all those dealing with matters of a general nature will be considered in the order in which they have been received. I will also be reading out questions and statements submitted by members of our community in advance of tonight's meeting before calling on any members of our public who are joining us live during the meeting. So they will be asked second. In terms of tonight's meeting, so that I can just formally place it on the record, I would like to say this, that tonight's meeting is again being held by electronic means, pursuant to a determination and authorisation that I made pursuant to Regulation 14D of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996, having regard to the extent of community transmission of COVID-19 that has occurred since our last council meeting on 15 March and continuing to pose a risk to the health and safety of elected members, town staff and the public from engaging in face-to-face indoor meetings. The remainder of the Mayor's report from March to April 2022 will appear in writing in the minutes of tonight's meeting to be published at a later time. So we now move to the next item on our agenda, which is item 3. In attendance, we have all elected members, save for Councillor Karimi. From the administration, we have the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Valletta, the Chief Operations Officer, Ms. Adams, the Acting Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ellis, Chief Community Planner, Ms. Martin Good, the Manager of Governance and Strategy, Ms. Brajanovic, and the Manager of Property Development and Leasing, Mr. Denham. We also have the Minutes Secretary, Ms. Horner, and our meeting support, Ms. Bray. There are no apologies for tonight, but we do have one approved leave of absence for the Jarrah Ward, which is Councillor Karimi. Item 14 on the agenda is declarations of interest. Mr. CEO, do we have any declarations of interest, please?
Yes, we do, Madam Mayor. Let's read them. Item 12.1, Councillor Luana Alessandro, impartiality interest. As a community member, I presented a petition to council at the ordinary council meeting of 18th February 2020 on Millers Crossing, asking for it to be retained and purchased as public open space. Item 12.4, Councillor Vicky Potter, impartiality interest. I work for an organisation that is the recipient of an operating subsidy. Item 12.4, Mayor Karen Vernon, an impartiality interest. In 2021, I attended a meeting of the board of Harold Hawthorn Senior Citizens Centre and Homes Incorporated to discuss their request for continuation of town-supplied operating subsidies from 2020 onwards. Item 12.4, Councillor Luana Alessandro, indirect financial interest. An elderly family member receives services through the Harold Hawthorn Senior Citizens Centre and Homes Incorporated. Item 12.4, Councillor Wilfred Hendrick, impartiality interest. He's on the committee and is a committee member of the Harold Hawthorn Community Centre. Item 12.5, Councillor Bronwyn Ife, an impartiality interest. Some of the new members of the AFLW Masters team are her friends. Item 12.5, Councillor Vicky Potter, impartiality interest. She works for an organisation that is home of the Mackie Street Singers. Item 12.5, Mayor Karen Vernon, impartiality interest. I previously attended events held by the Lathlane Primary School Parents and Friends Association, including previous community Christmas concerts. Item 12.5, Councillor Luana Alessandro, impartiality interest. I was a past member of the Lathlane Primary School Parents and Citizens Association. Item 13.4, Mayor Karen Vernon, impartiality interest. During 2021, I attended meetings of the committee and presidents of Submitter 2 to discuss their future needs, although not a lease, of the cafe facility at Leisure Life. Item 13.5, Deputy Mayor Claire Anderson, impartiality interest. I've attended events at the Centre of the Arts. Item 13.5, Mayor Karen Vernon, impartiality interest. I've had meetings with 2 organisations that have indicated some interest in leasing 10 Kent Street, East Victoria Park, once it was refurbished, including the party mentioned in the confidential attachment to the officer's report. Item 13.5, Councillor Luana Alessandro, impartiality interest. I've attended events for the organisation containing confidential documents. Item 13.5, Councillor Wilfred Hendricks, impartiality interest. I've attended events held at the VPCA. Item 13.5, Councillor Bronwyn Ife, impartiality interest. I've attended events hosted by the Centre for the Arts. Item 13.6, Councillor Luana Alessandro, impartiality interest. I'm friends with the resident that moved the initial motion that this is the Resolution 13 at the annual meeting of electors, 28th of July 2021. Item 15.5, Councillor Wilfred Hendricks, impartiality interest. I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Victoria Park and Vic Park Men's Shed. I'm also a committee member of the Harold Hawthorn Community Centre. All these groups receive funds and or sponsorship from the town. Item 17.2, Councillor Wilfred Hendricks, impartiality interest. I've met with the members of the Raiders Football Club. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. We'll now move to inviting elected members to let me know if there is anyone who has a declaration of interest that they need to make that has not already been made. And if you could do that by putting up your electronic hand to let me know that you still have a declaration of interest that you need to make. All right, I'm not seeing any hands go up, but just a gentle reminder for elected members, if you do suddenly think of an interest that you may have that may affect your impartiality or the like, please do bring that to our attention before we begin dealing with the item on the agenda. And for Councillor Alessandro, who's declared an indirect financial interest, you will need to leave the room at the time that we come to deal with that, but I will give you some directions for leaving the electronic meeting room at the time. So we'll now move on to the next item in our agenda, which is item 5, public question time. So item 5.1, response to previous public questions taken on notice at the ordinary council meeting. Item 5.2 is public question time, which will now begin at 6:42 p.m. And I am going to commence by reading out some questions that have been submitted by members of our community before I turn to any other members of the public who are joining us tonight live in the meeting to see if they have questions to ask. So the first question is from Rebecca Rieger, and that question is, can I ask that council impose an immediate stop work order on the company that has been contracted to upgrade the monopole at 54 Devonish Street by the 4 major telecommunication companies immediately? I'm going to direct that question to the Chief Community Planner, Ms. Martin Good.
Through the chair, the works on the monopole have been investigated by planning staff and they're defined as low impact under the Telecommunications Act and are exempt from the requirement of development approval. So therefore, there's no legal basis upon which to issue a stop work order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin Good. The next questions that we have come from Rhonda Potter. With relation to the office's recommendation for a local development plan addressing A, the shared desire of the town and local community for the mature trees within and surrounding the land to be retained and conserved, and B, ensuring that future development of the land is of a high quality design standard consistent with the WA Planning Commission's stated reasoning for the modification, that the future development of the sites may serve as a showcase of high quality medium density housing in accordance with the provisions of the WA Planning Commission's draft medium density codes. In relation to item 12.1 of the agenda, first question, what measures will be taken to have consistent oversight and engagement to ensure these points will be adhered to? Address that question to the Chief Community Planner, Ms. Martin Good.
Through the chair, should the minister agree with the town's recommendation for an LDP, local development plan, the town will then proceed in drafting the LDP, which would then be publicly advertised, similar to a local planning policy. Thanks.
Thank you. And the next question, also in relation to item 12.1, is there any opportunity for the local community and interested environmental groups to be involved in this process? Ms. Martin Good.
Through the chair, yes. When the LDP is publicly advertised is when the time the community could be involved. And also I failed to mention with the previous question, any planning application received for the site will also be assessed against that LDP. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question pre-submitted comes from Vince Maxwell. So the first question reads, in reference to answers provided at the agenda briefing forum last week about the waste local law, the acting chief operations officer advised that $350 infringements will only be issued against repeat offenders and that the town intended to use a 3 strikes policy. can you please advise which specific clauses in the waste local law makes reference to either repeat offenders or to a 3 strikes policy? Going to direct that question to the Chief Operations Officer, Ms Adams.
Through the Chair, these are current practices adopted by council officers and they are not specifically mentioned in the standard local law.
Thank you. My next question from Mr Maxwell that I'll read out says, when a ratepayer or resident contacts the town in relation to a waste collection matter, they are advised that they have to call Cleanaway directly. If Cleanaway are managing all waste-related complaints and inquiries, why does the town need to employ additional staff? Direct that question to Ms Adams.
Through the Chair, Cleanaway do not manage all waste-related complaints and inquiries. Part of the town's waste contract with Cleanaway includes provision of some customer service, and there are no additional staff requested or specifically employed for waste collection. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final question from Mr Maxwell. Residents do not have a contract with Cleanaway. Why is the town directing residents to speak with the town's third-party contractors with whom they have no contractual relationship? Direct that question to Ms Adams.
Through the Chair, there is a contact number in the Waste and Recycling Guide, and that's for missed bin collections, but all other queries should be directed to the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Adams. The next questions that have been pre-registered for tonight's meeting, which I will now read out, come from Steve Walker. Regarding agenda item 12.2, transport strategy and parking management, the first question is, will the Town of Victoria Park finally admit that neighbouring local government authorities of the City of Belmont and City of Canning did not get referrals in 2021 requesting them to provide comment on your draft strategies? Direct that question to the Chief Community Planner, Ms Martin Good.
Through the Chair, the City of Belmont and Canning and City of Perth were notified of the town's preparation of the draft strategy and the public comment period in their involvement in the South East Corridor Council Alliance and the Inner City Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Please detail the date, time and method that your claimed requests for comment on the draft 2021 transport strategy were made to the City of Belmont, City of Canning and City of Perth. Direct that question to Ms Martin Good.
Through the Chair, I need to take that question on notice.
Thank you. We'll take that question on notice. Next question from Mr Walker. Who exactly from City of Canning got the coffee chat where an informal verbal request for comment on the Town of Victoria Park draft 2021 transport strategy was asked? Again, direct that question to Ms Martin Good.
Through the Chair, apologies, we'll need to take that on notice as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were all of the questions that were pre-submitted by members of the public. So I do now understand for tonight's meeting that we do have members of the community who have indicated a desire to join us electronically. I'm not sure if any of them are currently in the electronic meeting room or if they're about to be admitted by our support person. I might inquire from Ms Bray, any members of the community who registered to participate online in the electronic meeting room with us now?
Yes, we have 3 members of the public in the meeting room. One member has their electronic hand up, and I believe another one has already submitted their questions.
Okay, great. In that case, Lisa Hollins, you have some questions that you would like to ask. Please proceed. Ms. Hollins, if you're speaking, we aren't able to hear you at this stage. I think you might have just unmuted your microphone, but please proceed to ask your questions.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity of attending tonight's meeting. My first question, how many events have been or are likely to be cancelled as a result of COVID-19? And how much will the cost saving be to the ratepayer? And what will this saving be directed to in the future?
All right, thank you, Ms. Hollins. I will direct your questions to the town's Chief Community Planner, Ms. Martin Good.
Through the chair, in terms of the first question, in terms of what future events will be cancelled, the Anzac Day ceremony is probably one that we haven't cancelled, that we've modified, and we haven't predicted any other future events to be cancelled yet, but we do look at the situation in terms of COVID on a case-by-case basis. In terms of what the cost savings would be, I would need to take that on notice. Thank you.
Ms. Hollins, did you have any other questions? Again, Ms. Hollins, I'm not sure if you can, well, I'm hoping that you can hear me. We can't hear you at the moment if you were speaking, but your electronic hand is still raised. So I'm wanting to give you an opportunity. If you have any further questions that you would like to ask, you'll need to unmute your microphone. All right, well, we might proceed. If Ms. Hollins, I see Ms. Hollins, you appear now to have unmuted your microphone. Did you wish to ask any other questions?
Yes, I do, Mayor. I'm sorry, but I got muted and then I couldn't get it unmuted.
It's a common problem, Ms. Hollins. We all tend to have it. We're none of us super proficient with the electronic meetings, but we understand there's a bit of a time delay. That's why I wanted to give you some time before speaking so that other people would know what I was doing. But please proceed now.
Thank you, Mayor. My second question, I listened to last week's agenda briefing forum and there were questions asked relating to the annual electors meeting and risk assessment. You did not ask for proofs of vaccination at the annual electors meeting. And of course, council meetings have not been mandated for proof of vaccination, as I understand it. City of Belmont asked for it at their annual electors meeting on the basis that the CEO had to protect staff, councillors and residents in their work environment. So my question is, on what basis has the town decided they will not enforce this, and do they consider they are protecting their staff sufficiently in their work environment by not asking for it? And did you take legal advice to find out either way?
All right, thank you. I'm going to direct your questions to the town's Manager of Governance and Strategy, Ms. Brajanovic.
Thank you, and through the chair. When the state emergency was declared in WA, the state government has mandated vaccinations for some premises. The administration building has not been mandated, so therefore the town didn't ask for vaccination records from any community members that were attending the annual electors meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Brajanovic. I can also say, Ms. Hollins, that if the town intended to require proof of vaccination from electors in order to attend the annual meeting of electors, that would have needed to have been as a result of a decision made by the town or the implementation of a policy. If there had been the implementation of a policy requiring that, that would have required a period of consultation. It then would have required steps like risk assessments and the like. Every local government is entitled to adopt their own policies for their own premises. And as to the last part of your question with regards to steps taken to protect the town staff. The Town of Victoria Park's council chamber is very small. We were only able to accommodate a small number of people inside, having regard to the fact that we were bound by public health directions for the wearing of masks indoors for the 2 square metre rule. So we made sure that the seating arrangements were separated, so there was a 2 square metre rule. There was hand sanitizer available at different places within the chamber and upon entry to the chamber. It certainly was the case that everybody had to wear their mask for the duration of the meeting, except while they were speaking. And there was separation in terms of distance between town staff and members of the community who attended that meeting. And if recollection serves me right, we had about 23 members of the community attend that meeting. I hope that assists answering your questions.
So in other words, you didn't actually have to get legal advice about it or anything like that? You just followed the state mandate, which wasn't applicable.
The town has been obtaining legal advice at various different points in time in relation to the state government's legal requirements imposed as a result of coronavirus in terms of public health orders and the like. So it's been doing that as and when it needed to at different times. And that information was then able to be utilised by us. So we'll now proceed to ask if either of the other 2 people who have joined us tonight would like to ask questions. Jerry Pruitt, would you like to ask a question at tonight's meeting?
No, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Pruitt. Elizabeth McFarlane, would you like to ask a question tonight's meeting?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McFarlane. So we will now close public question time and at 6:58 p.m. and we will now move to the next item on our agenda, which is public statement time. So public statement time will now begin at 6:58 p.m. There are a number of statements to read out, but I'm going to break with the procedure that I used for public question time. And I'm going to ask the people who have joined the meeting tonight online with us if they would like to make a statement before I read out some of the pre-submitted statements. So, going back to those we have in the meeting room, can I please ask, I think I'll just do this one by one, might be the easiest way to do it from our public participants. I might go backwards. Ms. McFarlane, would you like to make a statement tonight?
Yes, please. So, I play in the Year 9-10 girls team at the Vic Park Raiders. Unfortunately, we can't play our games at our club's home ground, Higgins Park, due to insufficient lighting as girls' matches are played on Friday nights. Over the past few years, we have had home games at Naranda, Ellenbrook, Queen's Park, and over the past few years at Curtin. This year, we were trying a new home ground in Bentley. We'd really love to be able to play at home at Higgins Park. We've been on a mission to improve the lighting for many years. Our mission has been delayed whilst the future use of Higgins Park was debated throughout 2020 and stalled in 2021. The future of lights is now wrapped up in the Higgins Park Master Plan, which may take many more years to unfold. We understand that there are electrical works that need to be undertaken to upgrade the supply of electricity to the park, as well as a detailed lighting design plan. We ask you to please prioritise our lights and remove them from the scope of the master plan by treating them as a separate project, as well as considering their inclusion in the 2022-2023 budget. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. McFarlane. We appreciate you taking the time out tonight to come and make that statement to us. So well done. I'll now ask Mr. Pruitt, if you're still in the electronic room with us, would you like to make a statement to tonight's meeting?
Again, no, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pruitt. And now go to Ms. Hollins, if you're still in the electronic room, would you like to make a statement?
No, thank you, Mayor. I'm right.
Thank you, Ms. Hollins. I would ask if you could please use the button to take down your electronic hand, which remains up on the screen so that we can all currently see that. Thank you, very grateful. So we'll now go back to the remainder of public statement time, which is statements that have been pre-submitted ahead of tonight's meeting by other members of our community, and I'll now proceed to read them out one at a time. The first one we have received is from Rebecca Rieger, and she writes, I ask that Council write to the company and refuse that allow the upgrade to go ahead until they have addressed the motions that were raised about this particular upgrade and passed at the recent annual electors meeting. Despite saying that this upgrade isn't a council issue, someone in council many moons ago allowed the construction of this tower, and so council, it appears, can stop the upgrade. And I'm asking that council do this in writing on mine and many other very concerned ratepayers' behalf. Next statement pre-submitted is from Rhonda Potter. She writes, I would like to make a statement about the proposed scheme amendment for the land along Millers Crossing. It is disappointing to lose this precious public open space in Carlisle. Whilst I acknowledge the developments of Coolbardie Park and Zone 2 in Lathlane have improved our public open space, seeing how busy these spaces are only emphasises how in demand public open space is, particularly in Carlisle. The areas in question here are not only used by people as a link between Carlisle and Lathlane, it is also used by our birdlife, particularly the Carnabies, as a link between Curtin University and roosting sites in Lathlane and Belmont. Whilst I am pleased to see the conservation of mature trees in the development plan, I am concerned that the town will lose control over such issues, something that would not have happened if we owned this land. With relation to parts A and B in point 3 of the recommendation, seeking to create a balance with A, the shared desire of the town and local community for the mature trees within and surrounding the land to be retained and conserved, and B, ensuring that future development of the land is of a high quality design standard, consistent with the WA Planning Commission's stated reasoning for the modification, that the future development of the sites may serve as a showcase of high quality medium density housing in accordance with the provision of the WAPC's draft medium density codes. I would hope that our councillors and towns set up some tight standards around this that genuinely engage our community and interested parties, including environmental and birdlife experts. I have major concerns around the impact of any development here on our climate. We are a town that have declared a climate change emergency. We now need to put practical measures into place to protect our environment, particularly the rising heat and how the eradication of trees and green spaces impact on this. I would also like to address comments around the advantage of building high density here in relation to transport. It is really important to note that this site, although along the train line, is not very close to train stations. With future developments coming to Carlisle and near Oak Street Station, we must have a balance of development versus open space. Whilst I appreciate comments around high density developments to address urban sprawl in the outer suburbs, we must focus on our town and be leaders in environmentally sustainable developments that create a balance between high quality housing and retaining mature trees and public open space. It is also so important to keep our community up to date on what is happening in this space. I hope that our elected members identify any gaps here in this item and address these with any amendments that ensure this precious green space is protected and any developments are of an extremely high standard. The next statement is from Steve Walker regarding agenda item 12.2 Transport Strategy and Parking Management Plan. He writes, I've had valid real concerns. Some of that has played out during the November 2021 ABF, OCM and April 2021 ABF question time. As a reasonable person, and in this case, lead public submitter in reply to the 2021 draft strategies, the Town of Victoria Park officers could have emailed me directly at any time since the 16th of November 2021 Ordinary Council meeting to answer the questions queries posed in my 14-page submission. 5 months later, I'm left with publicly raising some of them via April 2022 Council meeting process. If current Town of Victoria Park officers were hesitant in publicly answering any of these questions, then why not have avoided further public scrutiny by emailing me directly? I would have kept most of the answers to myself. There is an ongoing problem of larger and larger private vehicles proliferating on the streets of Victoria Park. These big vehicles seem to flaunt road rules, speed and increased dangers for pedestrians. Page 77, long-term cycling network, need for primary route to connect Centenary Avenue by Curtin University toward Perth CBD. Suggest work with City of Canning. To the parking management plan document, page 44, 3.5 advocacy, has two actions of advocate on behalf of the travelling public for more frequent public transport services and any route changes for bus services. Advocate for any proposed new bus routes to assist in transport mode shift. Given that, why still, page 23, slow on public transport advocacy mechanism? 3 to 5 years is very inappropriate. Page 32, travel mode shift actions. If so, then why low priority is stated on page 23? Why? The Shepparton Road Movement Corridor. I want to urge council members and residents to not fear an upgraded Shepparton Road to its ultimate design. The fact is the current state government and Minister for Transport is working towards this. It is partially acknowledged and noted by staff in the finalised Transport Strategy Initiative number 29. The ultimate upgraded Shepparton Road will prioritise public transport by using dedicated public transport lane in each direction. This will encourage private vehicle users to mode shift onto buses. Safety will massively increase and new lighting and landscaping will be provided. Why trade off pedestrian crashes, cyclist crashes, vehicle crashes for delaying the transition of Shepparton Road into its ultimate 6-lane configuration? There is nothing to fear. This ongoing project needs more advocacy support from Council and the town of Victoria Park. Private vehicle traffic won't be encouraged because the cross-regional traffic is drawn to Tonkin Highway and Orrong Road. Many in the community continue to raise the narrow intersection of Miller Street, Shepparton Road as a safety issue. As of 2022, it appears a new third eatery has opened on that corner eatery site, although I still do not know if it has been on-sold, leased, or if Main Roads WA has acquired the site recently. Yet I say again, if the WA state government owned that piece of land, 197 Shepparton Road, and the opposite piece of residential land, 199 Shepparton Road, it could better upgrade the intersection by placing the traffic signals on their final alignment. Why not be supportive of that solution than all the incremental modifying that wastes millions of dollars of public monies and hundreds of hours of staff time? Why? Sooner is better for upgrading individual sections of Shepparton Road to their 6-lane ultimate design. That concludes the statements pre-submitted for public statement time, and at 7:08 p.m. I declare public statement time is closed. We'll now proceed to item 7 in our agenda, which is the confirmation of minutes and receipt of notes from any agenda briefing forum. The recommendation is that Council 1 receives the notes of the agenda briefing forum held on 5 April 2022. 2, confirms the minutes of the annual meeting of electors held on 29 March 2022. 3, confirms the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 15 March 2022. 4, confirms the minutes of the special council meeting held on 25 October 2021. 5, confirms the minutes of the special meeting of electors held on 22 July 2021. 6, confirms the minutes of the special council meeting held on 22 June 2021. 7, receives the notes of the Access and Inclusion Advisory Group meeting held on 9 March 2022. 8, receives the notes of the Lathlane Park Advisory Group meeting held on 10 March 2022. 9, receives the notes of the Urban Forest Implementation Working Group meeting held on 20 February 2022. And 10, receives the notes of the Urban Forest Implementation Working Group meeting held on 20 December 2021. Seeking a mover and a seconder, please, using electronic voting buttons for this item. Moved Councillor Potter, seconded Deputy Mayor Anderson. Councillor Potter, do you wish to be heard? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson, do you wish to be heard? No, thank you. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. We'll now move to the next item on the agenda, which is item 8, presentation of minutes from external bodies. The recommendation is that Council 1 receives the minutes of the Metro Inner South Joint Development Assessment Panel meeting held on 14 March 2022. 2, receives the minutes of the WA Local Government Association State Council meeting held on 2 March 2022. 3, receives the minutes of the Mindarie Regional Council meeting held on 24 March 2022. And 4, receives the minutes of the Walga State Special Council meeting held on 30 March 2022. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved Councillor Potter, seconded Deputy Mayor Anderson. Councillor Potter, do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson, do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you.
No. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 9. This is for presentations. 9.1 is petitions. We have none. 9.2 presentations. We have none. 9.3 deputations. We have none. Item 10 is a method of dealing with agenda business. Before I read this out, elected members will be familiar with the contents of this. If there are any matters the elected members are concerned about of those items that they consider should not be included in this, please let me know now so that I won't move the recommendation with them in it. I'm not seeing anybody saying anything, and this was circulated earlier this afternoon for elected members. So we'll proceed now with the recommendation as it's presented. So the recommendation is that the following items will be adopted by exception resolution, and the remaining items will be dealt with separately. Item 11.1, Council Resolution Status Report. Item 11.2, Quarterly Reporting April 2022. Item 12.3, Social Infrastructure Strategy, Request for Final Adoption. Item 12.5, Vic Park Funding Program, Community Sports, Sports Equipment and Urban Forest Grants. Item 13.1, TVP 2201, Supply and Delivery of Sprinklers, UPVC, Pressure Pipe and Ancillary Equipment. Item 13.3, Proposed Disposal of Office Space at Aqualife by way of lease. 13.4, Proposed Disposal of Cafe Spaces at Leisure Life and Aqualife by way of lease. 13.5, Proposed Disposal of 10 Kent Street by way of lease or licence. 13.6, Teague Street Traffic Safety Investigation. Item 14.1, Financial Statements February 2022. Item 15.2, Review of Policy 225, Hire and Use of Town Banner and Flag Sites. 15.4, Review of Policy 001, Policy Management and Development. Item 15.5, 2022 Minor Review of Council Policies. 15.6, Policy Committee Terms of Reference Review of Future Meeting Dates. And item 15.8, Review of Local Government Property Local Law 2000. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder?
Still seeking a seconder.
Still seeking a seconder. Moved Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Hendricks. Councillor Potter, do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendricks, do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. We'll now move on to item 11, which is the Chief Executive Officer reports. Items 11.1 and 11.2 have now been dealt with by exception resolution, which brings us to item 11.3, adoption of a strategic community plan. This item requires an absolute majority, and the recommendation is as follows: that Council 1 receives the alternative draft version of the Strategic Community Plan 2022 to 2032 as requested at the March 2022 Ordinary Council meeting as at attachment 1. 2, considers both the alternate draft version attachment 1 and the original proposed version attachment 2 and adopts a new strategic community plan to be effective from 1 July 2022. And 3, approves the delay for the presentation of the Corporate Business Plan 2022 to 2027 to the July 2022 Ordinary Council meeting. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder for this item?
Still seeking a mover.
Moved Councillor Devereux, seconded Councillor Potter. Before I call upon the mover and the seconder, I do wish to foreshadow that I have an amendment to make to this item, noting that the mover does have the opportunity to have a right of reply, but the seconder does not. I'm just going to ask Councillor Devereux, as the mover of this item, did you wish to speak to it at this time?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mayor Vernon.
All right, thank you. Councillor Potter, as the seconder, did you wish to speak to the item at this time?
Not at this time. Thanks, Mayor Vernon.
All right, thank you. In that case, I would like to move an amendment to this item. The revised version of my amendment was shared with councillors by email only just before the meeting began. That was to take into account some feedback, including from governance. So all elected members should be able to see that from their email, but I'm going to proceed to deal with the amendment now, if I can. And I wonder if I could ask the Minutes Secretary to please bring up the proposed amendment. So the amendment I wish to move is to amend point 2 of the recommendation to read as follows: adopts the alternative draft strategic community plan 2022 to 2032, attachment 11.3.1, as the new strategic community plan effective from 1 July 2022, subject to the inclusion of the following amendments. The amendments are a number of them, and I've set them out by reference to the page numbers. I'll try to go through them very quickly. On page 2, delete the first sentence under the heading Our Mission. On the third page, insert under the heading Economic the following additional priority: connecting businesses and people to our local activity centres through place planning and activation. Also on the third page, under the heading Civic Leadership, delete the words governance and leadership. And on that same page, under the heading Civic Leadership, insert the words accountability and good governance. On page 20, delete the first sentence under the heading Our Mission. On page 21, delete the sections entitled Where We're Headed and Our Underlying Principle. Delete those same sections on page 25. Further on page 25, insert under the heading Economic the following new community priority: attracting businesses and people to local activity centres through place planning and activation, and create a matching narrative for this goal, including reference to the economic development strategy, place plans, local planning strategy, event strategy, Investvic Park perspectives, transport strategy and parking management plan. On page 26, delete the sections entitled Where We're Headed and Our Underlying Principle. Page 32, delete the words bracket from 2022 wherever they appear. Page 33, delete the sections entitled Where We're Headed and Our Underlying Principle. Page 35, insert under related strategies the following additional references: Community Charter, Customer Service Charter and Disability Access and Inclusion Plan. On page 36, delete the heading Governance and Leadership and insert the heading Accountability and Good Governance. And on page 37, before Part 4, insert the town's objectives section in its entirety as it appears at pages 33 to 35 of attachment 11.3.2, Proposed Strategic Community Plan 2022 to 2034, to the agenda report. Phew. The reason I am moving this amendment is the alternative draft Strategic Community Plan 2022 to 2032 creates a mission explicitly based on the 4 pillars of sustainability in recognition of the importance our community placed during Vic Vision on sustainability as the lens through which their priorities and the town's objectives should be viewed. There is some need for finessing of the way in which the pillars of sustainability in the current Strategic Community Plan have been integrated into the alternative draft Strategic Community Plan. These amendments are comprehensively set out in this motion, and they are intended to improve the readability and flow of the document. The officer's report argues that the change in the town's mission from leaders in unlocking potential to the existing 4 pillars of sustainability meant that the proposed town's objectives no longer related to the new mission. I disagree completely. Council made no resolution requesting removal of the town's objectives from the draft alternative strategic community plan. On any reading of the proposed town's objectives, they are readily able to be seen as aligned with and related to the 4 pillars of sustainability, and they should be included. There is no substantive change in the town's strategic direction, in my view, from the proposed strategic community plan presented at the council meeting on 15 March and the alternative draft strategic community plan presented on the 5th of April, such that the new strategic community plan can proceed to be adopted. That is an outline of both my proposed amendment and also my reasons for it. Can I seek, please, a seconder for my amendment, please? Seconded, Councillor Hamer. I don't wish to speak any further as the mover of this amendment. Councillor Hamer, I'm going to ask you if you would like to speak as the seconder of my amendment motion before I go to Councillor Alessandro, who has her hand up. So, Councillor Hamer, did you wish to speak to the proposed amendment motion?
Nothing from me, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Carry on.
Thank you, Councillor Hamer. Councillor Alessandro, you have your hand up. Did you wish to ask a question, or are you wanting to speak on the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I'm wishing to ask a question in relation to page 25 of 40 and the matching narratives included for reference. Is there any consideration of including the urban forest strategy, as this policy or the strategy does have examples internationally where trees do create value and increase economic activity in areas? So I'm just wondering whether you would consider putting that in the matching narratives as one of the strategies that would inform economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alessandro. So if I understood you correctly, you're referring to page 25 of 40 of attachment 11.3.1, is that right? We can't hear you, Councillor Alessandro, you're still on mute.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yes, just in relation to the second dot point where you asked to insert in the heading economic, and the second dot point says create matching narratives for this goal, referring reference to the EDA, place planning, et cetera, and I'm just wondering whether the urban forest strategy could be included in that, as there are international case studies outlining that urban forests and trees do add economically to town centres, etc.
Okay, I see your point for 25. So the intention behind the description of the new priority, attracting businesses and people to local activity centres through place planning and activation, is your question about wanting to include the urban forest strategy specifically because you consider the urban forest strategy relates to place planning and activation?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. My question just relates whether it can be a matching narrative in terms of the second dot point, because it is they're referring to strategies and plans. So it's just in inclusion as a strategy for that matching narrative, particularly given that there is international evidence saying that inclusion of trees and green infrastructure provides for increased economic output. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro. Certainly my amendment motion, you will note with regards to page 25, refers to the creating of a matching narrative, which would be done by the town staff in the final finalisation of the desktop version of this document. I'm more than content to see a reference to the urban forest strategy be considered for inclusion. I listed an inclusion not to be exhaustive, but to try and refer to those strategies that I could think of that particularly spoke to me about this particular priority. But if you're asking me if I would add the words in urban forest strategy into that second bullet point, I'm happy to do that. Assuming that Councillor Hamer, as the seconder, is happy to see that incorporated. Councillor Hamer, would you be happy for that to be the case?
Yes, that's fine if it's added to the list of strategies and plans, sure.
Thank you. So I'm more than happy for that to be the case. Ms. Horner, as Minutes Secretary, are you able to add those words into, or do you need me to resend the document through to you? Thank you. So that's the answer to that. Councillor Sandro, did you have any further questions? You still have your electronic hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon, and thank you for that addition. Just in relation to the page 20, delete page 20 of 40, and where it states delete the first sentence under the heading Our Mission. I'm just wondering whether there is possibility to keep that sentence there and have a colon and refer back to the economic, social, economic, environment and civic leadership examples, and those being our mission, and that first sentence becomes a preamble. The reason being is that that sentence reads, we will communicate with, empower and support the community and promote social, economic and environmentally sustainability to create our vision. And if there was a colon there, it would then refer to those 4 pillars of sustainability. I just think that I really like the fact that we're referring to the community and empowering the community. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in relation to retaining that sentence. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro, and thanks for raising the issue with me. I guess when I was preparing the amendment, I looked to the fact that the Strategic Community Plan proposal now has a new purpose for the town of Victoria Park, which is to sustainably serve, empower and connect community. So I was mindful of that, that purpose is a part of the draft alternative strategic community plan that I'm proposing, and I was trying to avoid what I would call unnecessary duplication between the different foundational pillars or principles of the strategic community plan. So in other words, trying to make sure there was a clear separation between the vision, the purpose, the values and the mission. And I sense that that first sentence under the heading of our mission, which certainly is in the existing strategic community plan, was more of a narrative statement, and it didn't add to particularly, nor did it detract from, if it wasn't there, the 4 pillars of sustainability. So that's the rationale that I applied to it. All I can say now is you've heard my answer about that. Do you have any further questions that you would want to ask me?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just in relation to that, if that first sentence could be reworded to refer to the 4 pillars of sustainability, and whether that could be somehow crafted so that there's, I'm just concerned that there's nothing leading into those four points, being the social, economic, environment, and civic leadership. I just feel that there needs to be something there that then leads on to those as our mission and our vision. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro. It is a very valid point. I think that I would probably be very open to changing that sentence so that we didn't end up with the repetition of communicating, empowering and supporting the community as appears in the purpose. And perhaps the mission would be able to be wordsmithed to indicate that we would perhaps to you certainly put me on the spot, Councillor Sandro. I'm trying to come up with a neat sentence, but it might be something along the lines of we will facilitate our mission by promoting the 4 pillars of sustainability as follows, and then it could read social, economic, environment, civic leadership. Does something like that sound like it might appeal to what you were hoping to see?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yes, that would be something that I would like to see. I'm just wondering whether it would be prudent to move a procedural motion to allow our members to speak twice so we can nut out this, if you think that's appropriate.
I'm happy for that to be the case, Councillor Sandro. If you wish to move that procedural motion, please proceed to do so.
Yes, can I move a procedural motion to allow elected members to speak to this item? I can't remember exactly the exact number, my apologies.
That's all right. So Councillor Sandro would like to move a procedural motion to suspend clause 50 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law rule against speaking twice.
Yes.
We'll have Ms Horner prepare that. There you are, that it be suspended for, well, not for the duration of the meeting, for the duration of this item might be, well, more like it. So Ms Horner, are you able to remove the bit about duration of the meeting from the procedural motion? All right, that's fine. We can obviously always end that at a particular point in time. I'm happy to second that procedural motion. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. So we can now open the floor up to discussion of a more general nature. So obviously all elected members have heard Councillor Alessandro's questions, my answers and her suggestion. Can I first gauge, is there interest from elected members in pursuing this? I'm obviously seeing some nods and a couple of hands up who've probably got questions. So I think there's probably enough interest for us to continue to discuss it. Councillor Potter, you were first up with your hand, and then we'll hear from Councillor Devereux.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Look, I was just going to suggest some words to try and move it along. And it was something like our mission is to promote the 4 pillars of sustainability, to create our vision, being, and then listing them. That would be my suggestion, but happy for others to do whatever they want to do.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Devereux?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I basically would like to thank Councillor Sandro for the suggestion. I actually like the idea of the original bit under the mission being kept, but I'm happy with the idea of tweaking as well. I think what would be good is to indicate a sense of the fact that the social, economic, environmental and civic leadership are integrated together, not separate elements. And so one tweak maybe to Councillor Potter's suggestion might be something like, which I did it finish with a vision, our vision or something like that. Is that right? Yeah. In which case, perhaps our integrating vision that includes, or something like that, so that it brings those 4 elements together rather than seeing them as separate. Thanks. Or maybe even just that brings together the social, economic environment.
Thanks, Councillor Devereux. Are there any other councillors who would like to speak? No, on that basis, then we do need to look at settling on some words. So can I try and break this down? So is everyone in agreement that they would like to see the words, the 4 pillars of sustainability, included in that direct expression? I think that is an indication of a yes. So those words will definitely be in it. Taking Councillor Devereux's point about using the words of inclusion rather than as follows. So we'd have the 4 pillars of sustainability. Are people happy for that to be including? And then there would be a colon, and then each of the ones that are currently listed still appear with the same narrative and description that they currently have. So if that's the case, then we only need some words that go before the 4 pillars of sustainability, including. So bearing in mind, this is our mission. So this is what we want to do in order to achieve our vision. So does everyone agree that we need to reference achieving our vision in the description of our mission? Yep. So Councillor Potter, you had suggested some words at the outset that picked up some of these things that have now been spoken of. It's really just a question of where we start the sentence, given that it appears that it will end with the words, the 4 pillars of sustainability, including, and a colon, and then each of those 4 that are listed. So we just need to take it back to the very beginning. So are there some words that you have a preference for? And then I'm going to hear from Councillor Ife, who's probably been busy wordsmithing something himself.
I just took the words straight out of what was already on the page. So I had, we will promote the 4 pillars of sustainability to create our vision, and then including, and then those words.
So on that basis, your wording would read, we will promote the 4 pillars of sustainability to create our vision, including, and then each of the 4 that are currently there. So Councillor Ife, your contribution?
You are absolutely correct, Mayor Vernon. I was sitting here wordsmithing something. I just thought maybe switching Councillor Potter's words around to reverse them might sound a little better. Perhaps to achieve our vision, we will promote the 4 pillars of sustainability, including. And if you prefer champion to promote, that's also kind of likely. I adore that, but there you go. So it could be to achieve our vision, we will champion the 4 pillars of sustainability, including.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ife. Is there anyone who would like to give their view about either Councillor Potter's suggestion or Councillor Ife's suggestion? Councillor Potter?
I'm happy to go with Councillor Ife's suggestion. All the words are there. They're all good, and I quite like champion, so yeah, whatever.
All right, so that would read, to achieve our vision, we will champion the 4 pillars of sustainability, including, and then the 4 that are there. Is there anyone else who would like to say anything about this sentence that's being proposed? Deputy Mayor Anderson, were you speaking? If you were, we can't hear you.
No, I did have my hand up before you read the sentence, just to say I agree with the words that Councillor Ife had put forward. That was all.
Okay, great. Sorry, I apologise. I didn't see your electronic hand up. That's fine. Is there anyone else who has any other contributions to what the sentence would look like before I go back to Councillor Alessandro, who raised it in the first place? No, Councillor Alessandro, your thoughts on the sentence, to achieve our vision, we will champion the 4 pillars of sustainability, including and then social, economic, environment and civic leadership.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I'm actually very happy with that, and I think it flows and then provides a basis for those 4 areas. So I think it's prudent. So I'm very happy. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Sorry, Mayor Vernon, you're muted.
Sorry, I was partly talking to myself, but I was bringing up my original amendment motion so that I could ask the Minutes Secretary to help out. Ms. Horner, are you able to go to the part of my amendment motion, the tabular part, where it has page 20 of 40, delete the first sentence under the heading Our Mission? That needs to stay, but in the next column called Addition, we need to add something in, and it will read like this. If you're able to put it in, it will read, insert under the heading Our Mission, and the words will read, to achieve our vision, we will champion the 4 pillars of sustainability, including, Great, thank you. So that has now included that as an addition. So I'm content to accept that as an amendment to my amendment motion. Councillor Hamer, Councillor Hendricks, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Why would you have the word including? Because you've got the 4, so there's nothing else to include.
Well, Councillor Hendricks, that came from a suggestion from Councillor Devereux. that we not end the words with a colon and then leave the 4 sitting on their own. He wanted to pick up the point about integration. So including, I understand where you're coming from. It sounds like including, but it won't have the words but not limited to. He's trying to suggest, and Councillor Devereux will correct me if I'm wrong, that it is including those 4 points.
Okay. The other point.
Councillor Devereux, did you wish to explain that better to Councillor Hendricks than I just tried to do?
I fear failing in that quest, but I was trying to say we can't do one without the other, so we want to include all 4 of those, and that was what I was trying to achieve.
That's fine. Okay, I'm happy if you're happy with that. The other thing too, is it going to go on page 2 as well, or is it just on page 20?
Well, Councillor Hendricks, I was actually trying to have a look through the document itself to see if it needed to be replicated in another place, because Councillor Lysandro raised it with me in relation to page 20. But you are right that the actual document itself has this in more than one location. And the first location I think it appears in is page 2 as well. And I think that we would be looking at adding that in as well. So if that's what you wanted to raise to my attention, it's a valid point that it would need to be added into page 2 as well as page 20.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Vernon.
All right, thank you. So Councillor Lysandro, are you content with that it would go on page 2 as well as page 20?
Yes, yes, Mayor Vernon. I was going to point that out also. So yes,
all right, thank you. So if I could ask our Minutes Secretary, Ms Horner, are you able to copy and paste what you just put in and put it into the addition column for page 2? And you've done it already. Efficiency, thank you very much. So I can now go to Councillor Hamer.
Looks good. Thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Are you happy to see that included in the amendment that you have seconded?
Yes, happy to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendricks, you've still got your electronic hand up. I really do need to make sure if there are more things elected members are seeking to have it added to this, we do need to hit it all in one go. No? All right. So we've got to the point where now the amendment motion has been moved and been seconded. I didn't wish to speak to the matter any further. I would have probably just said something very brief before Councillor Lysandro put her hand up to ask some questions, but I'm quite content that this is a collaborative effort that I think will refine and bring forward some important things that we've all recognised about the pillars of sustainability and their importance for our focus going forward. So I don't wish to say anything further. Councillor Hamer, as the seconder of the amendment motion, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Nothing from me, thank you, Mayor Vernon. We can carry on.
Thank you. Is there any dissent to the amendment? No, there being no dissent, declare the amendment carried unanimously. Thank you. So we now go back to the substantive motion as it was amended. And in terms of the substantive motion as amended, I need to go back now to the mover. Councillor Devereux, you'd indicated you didn't wish to be heard at the outset. Do you wish to be heard now as the mover?
Just very briefly, Mayor Vernon, but I think this is a really strategic change for us, something that I had actually mooted previously as important to really stress the element of sustainability in our community plan, and I'm very happy to see those changes that we've made to help do that. So on that basis, I am glad. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devereux. Councillor Potter, as the seconder of the substantive item, do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thanks very much, Councillor Potter. Is there any dissent? Councillor Hamer.
Sorry, nothing from me. Thank you, Vivian.
Sorry, Councillor Hamer, when you disappear from the screen, I don't know if you've gone for a long time or a short time. And when we're at crunch time for voting, I do need to know that you're in the electronic room. So if you're going to need to leave, I perhaps might say this for the benefit of all elected members. If you're going to need to leave for a particular reason, you will probably need to let me know so that I know whether I'm counting you in or out at voting time. So, Councillor Hamer, you're back in the room. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you to all elected members for your contributions to this matter. I'm fairly certain we will be enjoying our new strategic community plan document soon enough. Thank you. So we now get to move on to the next item that is not already dealt with by way of exception resolution. And that item is, we'll now move on to item 12, the Chief Community Planner reports. Item 12.1 is modified amendment number 56 to the Town Planning Scheme number 1, residential density upcoding, Miller's Crossing, Carlisle. I would wish to move an alternate motion to be tested in advance of the officer's recommendation for this item. So the alternate motion that I wish to test has been circulated amongst elected members, and I'm now going to take the opportunity to read my alternate motion. My alternate motion is as follows: that Council 1 continues to support the original intention of amendment number 56 for lots 1003 and 1004 Raleigh Street, Carlisle, and lot 1005 Bishopsgate Street, Carlisle, known as Miller's Crossing, to be reserved as Parks and Recreation. 2, request the Mayor and the Chief Executive Officer to advocate to the Minister for Planning and the Member for Victoria Park for Miller's Crossing to be reserved as Parks and Recreation. And 3, request the Chief Executive Officer to report to Council by July 2022 as to the progress of that advocacy. Now going to outline my reasons, and they are as follows. In March 2022, the City of Melville, with assistance from local MPs, successfully persuaded the Minister for Planning to reverse her decision to require 13 small parks within the city to be rezoned as residential, and to agree to their rezoning as public open space in response to strong community support for the parks to remain. Amendment number 56 was originally intended to result in additional public open green space within Carlisle specifically and the town more generally. The local community has always supported and continues to support the retention of Miller's Crossing as public open green space. The Public Open Space Strategy 2019 assessed Carlisle as having the least public open space in the town. Notwithstanding the opening of Kilbarty Park, Carlisle in December 2019, adjacent to Miller's Crossing, the loss of any public open space in Carlisle, which has been enjoyed by the community for decades, should be prevented wherever possible through rezoning. In light of this recent decision in favour of the City of Melville, our council owes it to our community to make a final concerted effort to persuade the Minister for Planning to agree to the rezoning of Miller's Crossing as Parks and Recreation. We should also engage the new member for Victoria Park in the fight to rezone Miller's Crossing for its obvious long-term environmental and social benefits for our whole community. Can I call please for a seconder for my alternate motion? Seconded, Councillor Alessandro. So as the mover of the motion, I will speak to this very briefly because I think my reasons have adequately addressed what I'm putting forward. I personally was on council when we went to the community with regards to a proposal presented to us by the WA Planning Commission that the town should purchase Millers Crossing. That was against a backdrop of many years worth of attempts to have amendment number 56 approved by the former Minister for Planning and the current Minister for Planning. Unfortunately, efforts to have amendment number 56 approved by Ministers for Planning, past and present, had not been successful. And the proposal by the WA Planning Commission that the town could purchase this land did appear to be an opportunity that we could certainly look at. Unfortunately, in my view, the value that was placed on this land by the WA Planning Commission was the value of the land in the hands of a developer for residential purposes. And the cost that was indicated was so significant, over $3.5 million, that ultimately, after the town's public open space strategy was finally adopted in 2019, officers presented a report to council recommending that the town not purchase Millers Crossing, given the costs that had been indicated for that purchase. Now, I am aware that at that time, I voted in support of the officer's recommendation that the town not purchase it. I was of the view then, and I remain of the view now, that the town would have not been able to justify the expenditure in order to acquire those lots, specifically for the purpose of securing their future as parks and recreation. And I know that that was a difficult decision for all elected members, myself included. I know that it was a difficult decision for some members of our community to hear and understand and accept. And indeed, I'm sure there are members of our community who have not accepted that decision by council. But it certainly is the case that a decision had to be made, and it was made at the time. The position that we're now faced with, which is clear from the officer's report, is that the WA Planning Commission has indicated a desire, somewhat differently from previously, to see this land rezoned, not just, or not rezoned because it's currently zoned residential, but upzoned. So in other words, to have its density increased from R30, which is the usual density zoning for Carlisle, to R60, which is considerably more significant than R30. And my feeling is that if we were to accept the officer's recommendation tonight, we will have permanently sealed the fate of Millers Crossing. It will be rezoned at R60 and there will be no going back from that. So I am buoyed by the news that came to me at the end of March. I think on the 31st of March, it was reported in the media that the Minister for Planning had acceded to the submissions of the City of Melville through their mayor and their local members of parliament, that there was sufficient strong support within their community to not see some particular small parks rezoned as residential, and the resulting decision by the minister to change the position from previously and to agree that those parks could be rezoned as public open space meant that some 13 small parks within the City of Melville were protected and would continue to be protected for the benefit of their community. I feel like that's an opportunity for us. I feel like it's not going to be without its challenges, but we should jump on that opportunity. We should engage with the local member for Victoria Park, who wasn't the member for Victoria Park the last time we made submissions to the minister about rezoning this land. And I think we should try again to generate afresh that community sentiment, which I know is out there, to support one last effort to advocate on behalf of everyone for Millers Crossing to take its rightful place as one of the future parks and recreation zones in our town. So that's me, Councillor Sandro, as the seconder of the alternate. Do you wish to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Firstly, I'd like to thank you, Mayor Vernon, for moving this alternate motion. I certainly campaigned, and as I mentioned in my declaration of interest, I door knocked, and in my campaign, I gathered a number of signatures asking for this park to be, this Millers Crossing to be retained as parks and recreation. So given the fact that it is a strategically located piece of property, it does provide a future that if it can be retained as parks and recreation, a green corridor within the town, and importantly also an area that our endangered species, the red tails and Carnaby cockatoos, can land on, so that there are photographs of them landing on Millers Crossing. Also, given the fact that there was a large number of people who did not support the amendment in relation to upzoning to R60 and their concerns, and still pleading for Millers Crossing to be retained as parks and recreation. When this item did come up in the April meeting in 2020, I did vote against it. And one of those reasons being is that I don't think, given the lack of public open space in Carlisle, that sumps ever would equate to what is potentially at Millers Crossing. It is a really unique piece of land. It provides a great opportunity for the town to provide further urban forest, but more importantly, it provides recreational buffers and reduces any potential urban heat island that could be created in developments. Vic Park has done a lot of the heavy lifting in relation to infill, and will probably continue to do that. But I think that there are other areas that can be done, and particularly around the Todd areas, such as the Oak Street train station. So given that, and given the fact that there is still a lot of community sentiment in relation to the lack of open space in Carlisle, I'm really pleased to see this amendment, and I'll be supporting this amendment, and I'd urge every elected member to consider supporting the alternate motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro. Is there any elected member who wishes to speak against this item? No, I'm not going to do the usual call for dissent at this point in time. Are there any elected members who do wish to speak to the alternate motion? Councillor Ive, I'll come back to you, Councillor Sandro, because I see you've got your electronic hand up and you may actually want to ask some questions. Councillor Ive first, and Deputy Mayor Anderson second, and then Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I'll be very brief. I was very sad in the early 2020 when we voted on this issue. I have always wanted this to remain as park space and green space, and the reason I voted with the officer's recommendation 2 years ago was that I didn't feel we could justify a $3 million bill at the time of the complete uncertainty of the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. So this opportunity to have another final push to try to keep this as green space is delightful, and I'm optimistic that we might be able to make some progress in this area. So I'm delighted to support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ive. Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I'm just reflecting on the decision that was made originally a couple of years ago. It was an extremely challenging time, not just for council, but for the community as well. And I think this is such a golden opportunity for us, and we need to grab it with both hands. It may be challenging, but we can't let that go. So I think, with what's occurred with the City of Melbourne, and now that there's a new member for Victoria Park, so we just need to have that voice one more time and see what we actually can achieve. So I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Anderson. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, obviously, like everyone else, when we had to vote whether we were going to buy Millers Crossing or see it being turned into housing, no one wanted to vote not to buy it, but also we couldn't. I felt I couldn't justify a $3.5 million price tag for that piece of land, and using the ratepayers' money, which could be used for so many other things at that point. I'm really heartened by the decision of the City of Melville. When this was coming to us again, I had kind of resigned myself to the fact that we couldn't afford to buy it. There's no way we could get it. We were stuck with whatever we were going to have to do, and hopefully the plan would save some trees. But I'm really heartened by this decision in the City of Melville. I'm really hopeful that we can get a similar decision for Millers Crossing. Its environmental importance is well documented. Its importance to our community is well documented. So I think we've got some really good arguments to go back to the Minister with, and hopefully this time we'll get a positive decision. We certainly can't not give it another try. So I'll be certainly supporting this alternate motion.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on the item before I go back to Councillor Sandro, who's got some questions? No? All right. Councillor Sandro, you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. My question just relates to obviously the City of Melville and what land area that those 13 parks would be equivalent to compared to Millers Crossing. And I know that this will probably have to be taken on notice. But also just in relation to informing our community and whether our community will be informed of this council decision. I'm hoping, well, I know that we can inform them, but I'm wondering whether there would be any avenue within the motion itself to allow for community to be able to be informed that this is what we're trying to achieve, so that our community then can rally to the Minister and our local member as well. So I'm just wanting to know if there's consideration to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro. Did you want me to pose your question about the size of the land in the City of Melville to one of the staff, because you indicated you thought it'd be taken on notice? But if you don't ask the question and I don't pose it to someone who then asks to take it on notice, it won't get taken on notice. Is that something that you were wanting to follow up on, or is that not sufficiently material tonight to your decision about the alternate motion, and we can perhaps gather that information separately on another occasion?
It's probably not material for this decision, but I think it is important in relation to looking at advocacy and kind of arguing the case to the Minister to know what that land area is in relation to those 13 parks.
Well, what I can say, Councillor Sandro, is that it was my intention when crafting the alternate that required myself and the CEO to engage in that advocacy, is that I'll be reaching out to meet with the Mayor of the City of Melville to walk through with him what they did, what steps they took to secure their strong community push, and how they rallied their local members of Parliament to get behind the matter. I am aware that one of the local MPs did an online petition that garnered support from the community, and obviously you need to be able to secure a local member of Parliament who will conduct such a petition, and certainly all of those can be aspects of the advocacy that we would engage in, and I certainly wouldn't intend on leaving any stone unturned, and that would include knowing the comparisons between our Millers Crossing and the land that the City of Melville was fighting for, in terms of its comparative size, its location, its potential uses, etc., etc. So I don't know if that helps you on that point, but on your other point about how the community could become aware of this, as yourself and other elected members know, and indeed many members of the community are aware, that after council meetings, as Mayor, I do post-council meeting videos. We're scheduled to do that filming later this week. That is a great opportunity for me to talk with the town's communication staff about decisions that are made tonight that we might wish to promote to the community. And so I would certainly be expecting that this particular item would be one that would be included in the post-council meeting briefing update for the community. I'm not sure if that information helps you or you'd like me to direct that question to one of the staff.
No, that information is sufficient. Just my last question just relates to obviously advocacy and the importance of this site, whether that the importance environmentally for this site, whether it be for urban heat island and also for our flora and fauna, so particularly our endangered red cockatoos, red-tailed cockatoos and carnabies, whether that will be kind of part of the advocacy. And that's probably my last question. Thank you.
Councillor Sandro, it would be my intention to ensure that everything is included in our advocacy in support of why we wish to retain Millers Crossing as parks and recreation. Again, no stone unturned.
Thank you.
And I welcome elected members giving me all of their suggestions for what should be included in that advocacy post this meeting, if that helps. Councillor Devereux, you have a question?
Yes, Mayor Vernon, if I may, and I'm very supportive, obviously, of the idea of being able to retain this as green space. That would be wonderful if it's possible. My question relates a little bit to our opportunity to advocate for the space on environmental grounds, and just whether, because I know on the tree and site feature survey, I don't think I saw a species level of documentation. But I wonder if I've missed something, and if we do actually know what the species are in question, because I think that would certainly help our case in terms of biodiversity corridor and so on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Devereux. I'm going to direct that question to our Chief Community Planner, Ms. Martin Good. Do we have any details about bird life, wildlife, biodiversity on Millers Crossing?
Through the chair, I'd need to take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take that on notice, and Councillor Devereux, that will ensure there is a written then answer that follows up because it's been taken on notice. Was there anything else that you wanted to ask?
Sorry, Mayor Vernon, it wasn't just about wildlife, it was actually also about tree species, which would be quite significant for the potential biodiversity, birds and so on. So, yeah, I don't think that was captured in the question, but I think that's a really important information to know. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Martin Good, do we have any details about tree species on Millers Crossing?
Through the chair, I would suspect so, because looking at attachment 12.1.3, there is a list of tree numbers, the diameter, height, photo ID. It's not included in the attachment, but I suspect there will be some species analysis. I don't have that with me, but I suspect it will be easy to get.
Thank you, Ms. Martin Good. If we could include that in the part that's taken on notice, that it is to include a request for details that we have of tree species on site. Thank you. I do have a couple of questions for the administration that I think elected members will be interested in hearing about before we conclude and move to voting on this matter. So my question is, if we proceed with the alternate motion and we engage in this advocacy, is it open to the Minister for Planning to make a determination to proceed with the residential R60 zone without further recommendation from the town or council? Ms. Martin Good.
Through the chair, yes, it is open to the Minister to make a determination, notwithstanding what the town's advocacy is.
Thank you. That leads to my next question. Would it be the town's recommendation that my alternate motion includes a fourth point providing for the circumstances should the Minister for Planning determine to proceed with the residential R60 zone, that would include the requirement currently appearing in the officer's recommendation regarding the inclusion of a local development plan? Ms. Martin Good.
Through the chair, yes, I think it's quite important to include a point 4 to include the local development plan in case the minister makes a determination contrary to the town's recommendation. It's quite similar to the approach taken with JDAP or stat matters, where a local government will provide what's called without prejudice conditions, which means conditions that are not necessarily consistent with the recommendation, but are, to use a colloquial term, hedging the town's bets in case the town's advocacy position is not supported by the minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin-Good. In light of your answers, I am going to propose an additional point 4 be included in my alternate motion, and I'll be seeking the seconder's approval for that. Governance, I think, may have access to this because it came in separate advice to me. So I'd be seeking to add a further point 4, which would say, should the Minister for Planning determine to proceed with the residential R60 zone currently proposed to also support the following modification, and the words now appear on the screen, which is a local development plan is required to be adopted prior to the subdivision and development of an R60 zoned land at Miller's Crossing in the same terms as it appears in the current officer recommendation. So for the benefit of elected members, the reason I'd be proposing to now include this in my alternate is that it's a backup plan. So if we begin this advocacy, and while we are taking the time to secure our meeting with the Minister and progressing our advocacy, if the Minister has the power anyway to go ahead and make the decision without us, if we do not advocate for the inclusion of the local development plan, we will miss the opportunity of having a mechanism that addresses issues like vehicular access, environmental sustainability, land, landscaping, building setbacks, and importantly, the retention and the conservation of those mature trees on site. So that is the wording of the addition to my alternate motion. I am now going to go to Councillor Alessandro to see if you'd be prepared to have that incorporated into the alternate motion that you've seconded.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I just have an additional question just in relation to the addition of point 4 and
Sure.
The local development plan. I'm wanting to know from the town officers in relation to if the Minister were to proceed with the R60 zoning and were unsuccessful in arguing that this remain as parks and recreation, whether it can be stated that for any tree that is removed, that there is a replacement ratio of 6:1, as what occurred with the West Coast Eagles. So I'm just wanting to know if that can be included in this the plan, or whether that is something that is then done at a development application process. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro. I'll direct that question to Ms. Martin-Good.
Through the chair, if the town wanted to include such a provision, the time to do it would be at the local development plan stage. If you leave it to planning application stage, there's no head of power in which to enforce that when the planning application comes in. So yes, it would be the preference to include any provisions like that in the local development plan. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just an additional then, given that response, how would we proceed in relation to providing in point 4 that this be included?
Oh, I'm not sure if I'm waiting to be referred to me, but I'm happy to answer that.
Sorry, Ms. Martin-Good. Yes, I'd referred it to you.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, then I would recommend an amendment to point 4 stating that. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that response from the town officer, I'm just wondering, Mayor Vernon, if you would be willing to include that in the event that the Minister were to consider R60 and any subsequent development on this site that saw the loss of trees, there would be a replacement ratio of 6:1.
I'm prepared to consider it, Councillor Sandra. I did want to get some more detail from Ms Martin Good. Ms Martin Good, with the proposal for paragraph 4 to be included in the alternate motion, where it says that if the Minister were to rezone it at R60, we'd be seeking the inclusion of a local development plan. Does the local development plan then separately have to come to council for approval in the same way that it did for the National Archives site on Berwick Street? And is that the opportunity for us to set out what has to be included in the local development plan or not? And then finally, is Councillor Alessandro's proposal about replacement of trees 6:1 entirely separate to the local development plan?
Through the chair, yes, a local development plan would come back to council. So a local development plan is very similar to, or is another word for, either a guideline or a planning policy. So council has to adopt them, so it would come back. If I could add, if council were inclined to include some words about a replacement of 6:1 for trees, my suggestion might be adding in brackets after landscaping, which is in the third last line of point 4, including a replacement of 1 to 6 trees or something similar. It may be as easy as that if you'd like to take on those words. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Martin Good. I was going to ask you if you had any suggestion for wording and where it would appear. If I can just follow up and ask another question. If we were to do that, would that replacement 6:1, it wouldn't be on the same site, would it? Because if it was developed at R60 and trees were removed, I'm not sure I could conceive of how we'd be able to get 6 times as many trees as were removed back on the site plus the development. Does that make sense? Ms Martin Good?
Yes, through the chair, yes, it does make sense. And from memory, Councillor Alessandro asked a very similar question at, I think it was ABF, and my response was, it's correct, we couldn't have all of those trees on site. There's not likely to be room, but they could be replaced. Some of them could be replaced in the land that is in close proximity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I've heard those answers. I note that Councillor Sandro still has her hand up and now Councillor Potter does, and I did want elected members to have an opportunity to explore this. So thanks, Councillor Sandro, for putting your hand down. I haven't yet got to the stage of incorporating this information in because I just want to make sure we get everyone to ask their questions. Councillor Potter, do you have some questions with regards to this, either the extra paragraph 4 and or the discussion that's just ensued with some answers to questions about tree retention and replacement?
Yeah, thank you, Mevan. I've just got some questions around the tree retention and replacement. Sorry, just choking on air. Just our current planning policies for other land which is owned by individuals and developed. What is our current policy around tree retention and replacement if people are removing existing trees from their properties? I understand what we did with the West Coast Eagles. That was a separate part of the lease agreement. But what is our current policy that we have in our current planning policy with regards to tree retention?
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I'll direct that question to Ms Martin Good.
Through the chair, it's not a 6:1 ratio. It depends on many things. So, for instance, it classifies trees as trees worthy of retention, which is a particular circumference around diameter of the tree, and it depends on the size of the lots and how many dwellings are being proposed. So it's not a straightforward 6:1. It depends on several factors. So sorry, that's not probably a straightforward answer as I would have liked. Thanks.
Councillor Potter.
So if we tried to put a 6:1 ratio in this extra point, and it's not in line with our other planning policies, is it likely that that could go to SAT or something, or that the minister could just disregard it and do whatever they want with the trees? Or are we better off having something that aligns to our current policies, that we can show that that's what our stance is with tree retention, and that we've got a history with that policy?
I direct that question to Ms. Martin-Good.
Through the chair, in terms of going to SAT over such a provision, first of all, there is no appeal against a minister's decision relating to a scheme amendment. Secondly, if such a provision was included in a local development plan, that is the town's statutory document. So the town wouldn't appeal its own statutory document. The only instance where that type of provision could be appealed is if it was imposed on a development approval. We wouldn't recommend that unless there is a statutory document that is the head of power to back that condition up. Thanks.
Councillor Potter, anything arising?
So I'm just a little bit confused. So I guess what I'm trying to establish is I don't want to put in something into this.
Sorry, Councillor Potter, before you go down that road, because that's starting to sound like an argument.
It's another question.
Amendment should be, I understand that point. Yeah. I would like to see if you could focus it as a question, because I get your point. Perhaps then, if I can assist, Ms. Martin-Good, with the local development plan that we're proposing here, should the minister wish to proceed or determine that she'll proceed with the R60, could the minister ignore our request for the inclusion of a local development plan?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The minister could ignore that.
What would be the reasons why the minister would be minded to agree to the inclusion of a local development plan?
Although that would be a question for the minister and rather me, if I was to hypothesise, I would think that the minister may agree for a local development plan because they do agree that there should be very specific provisions that apply to that site that go above and beyond what the standard R codes would allow for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then going back to Councillor Potter's point, what is the disadvantage to the town if we included too prescriptive a level of replacement number of trees in this particular clause regarding the local development plan? What's the disadvantage to us in doing that, in your view, even if you're only hypothesising?
Through the chair, that is an amazing question. I would think that perhaps the disadvantage would be that the minister might say this is far too specific for a scheme amendment, and then that detail should be sorted out at the local development plan stage. So remember, if you look at the last sentence, they're very general about the requirements. There is nothing specific in there. So perhaps that may be what the minister might say, in that a 6:1 ratio is entirely specific and perhaps more appropriate at the drafting of the local development plan stage rather than the scheme amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. My next follow-up question from that is this. The requirements of the local development plan would need to be met by the developer who purchased the land, is that correct?
Through the chair, by anyone who develops the land. So someone that develops the land may or may not be the purchaser.
Okay, so if it is the developer, is in your opinion, is the inclusion of a 6:1 ratio tree replacement likely to be seen to be unduly restrictive by a potential developer of the land?
Through the chair, possibly, because it is relatively high. And as Councillor Potter said before, it is not a 6:1 ratio is not consistent with what's in the town's current policy. It is quite different. I'm not aware of any metropolitan local governments where there is a 6:1 ratio. Thank you.
Thank you. In your professional opinion, what would be an adequate replacement ratio in line with the town's current policies?
Through the chair, my answer would be a replacement ratio that is consistent with the town's current planning policy is what I would recommend.
All right. Councillor Potter, you raised this line of questioning. Anything come out of that you feel like still needs to be clarified?
No, they were the questions I was trying to find the words for. Thank you, Bevan.
That's fine. Councillor Alessandro.
Yes, thank you, Mervyn. Just in relation to those responses, I'm comfortable kind of to wait until possibly the local development plan is done. But I'm wondering whether a general statement could be included within point 4 to look at replacement of trees. But also I have a question in relation to parking and traffic that could be generated from both the developments through Rutland Avenue and also Raleigh Street. And I'm wanting to know, given that it is an R60, if this were to go to R60, whether the person purchasing and the developer would be required to do any type of traffic and parking management plan in relation, because there is only one entry and exit into this area, because it looks like there will be no entry point from Miller's Crossing or from Roberts Road, and so there will be quite a lot of traffic movement through Rutland and Raleigh. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro. Ms Martin Good.
Through the chair, in terms of a requirement for any traffic or parking assessment or management, that would normally be something that would be assessed at the local development plan stage. So let's make the argument that it's zoned to R60. The town prepares a local development plan. What we would do would be to liaise with our own operations staff and in particular traffic engineers, knowing what would be the maximum number of dwellings and a configuration of road and vehicle access. We would seek advice from them as to whether they thought, one, whether the local traffic network could accommodate that increase in traffic, and two, whether they thought it was reasonable to actually request a parking or traffic management plan, having regard to the traffic that exists in the area and the capacity of the traffic network. Thank you.
Councillor Sandro, anything further?
No, that's pretty much it. In relation, though, to going back to the ratios and the officer's advice, I'm wondering whether then after landscaping it could include provision to tree replacement to be consistent with town policies, so a general statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Martin Good. Would it be your advice to us that we included such words, or would it just be your advice that we included words along the lines of including replacement of trees generally without reference to the consistency with our policies? How specific do you think we should be?
Yeah, through the chair, I would recommend just making a general statement about replacement for trees lost rather than it necessarily being consistent with the town's policy. I feel as though that may be perhaps a little bit too specific. Thank you.
Councillor Sandro, would you be happy then if after the words landscaping it said bracket including replacement of trees lost?
Yes, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Horner, are you able to add those words into the part about the local development plan after landscaping and before building?
Please just repeat the sentence
So
to be inserted.
you'll be inserting an open brackets, including replacement of trees lost, close bracket. Ms Martin Good, is that acceptable?
Through the chair, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a moment, that'll be back on the screen shortly. Thank you. Just checking where it needs to be inserted in the point, please.
After the words landscaping in the third last line from the bottom and before the word building that starts the second last line from the bottom. Thank you, Ms Horner. I don't know, are you able to delete the word a after including and before replacement? Thank you. All right, I'm prepared to accept that as part of the alternate motion. Councillor Sandro, are you content with that?
Yes, thank you, Mevan.
Thank you. Is there any dissent to the alternate motion? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for all of your assistance and your comments and the assistance from town staff to get this matter put forward and over the line. Elected members, I note that the time is now 8:38 p.m. And in keeping with our previous practices of having a break, certainly by the time we've hit the 2-hour mark, I feel like there are still some matters that need to be dealt with on the agenda tonight. So I think it is appropriate that we look at taking a short break. Do elected members have a preference for 5 minutes or 10 minutes? If you could just indicate somehow with your hands. I'm seeing a 10, a 10, a 10. There's another 10. The 10s appear to have it at the moment. So on that basis, we're now going to take a short adjournment in this meeting, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm now going to move a motion that we adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes from 8:40 p.m. Can I have a seconder, please, for that procedural motion? Seconded, Councillor Potter. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. So we will now adjourn as we're hitting the 8:40 mark. Could I ask all elected members, please, to turn your cameras off and your microphones off? And we will see you back here at 8:50 p.m. for the remaining items in the agenda. Thank you. All right, everyone, it's 8:50 p.m. And we are back on board with the meeting. So we'll be proceeding on now to the next item on the agenda, which is item 12.2, the Transport Strategy and Parking Management Plan. The recommendation is that Council 1 notes the submissions received and adopts the Transport Strategy and Parking Management Plan, and 2 repeals the Integrated Movement and Network Strategy 2013 and Parking Management Plan 2012. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation?
Still seeking a mover. Still seeking a mover.
So moved Councillor Lysandro, seconded Councillor Potter. Councillor Lysandro, as the mover of the motion, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Not at this present point in time, but I do wish to move an amendment.
All right, thank you. Councillor Potter, I won't come to you just at this stage then to ask you. I'll have Councillor Lysandro outline her amendment.
Yes, thank you. The amendment reads that point 1 be amended as follows. 1, notes the submissions received and adopts the Transport Strategy and Parking Management Plan, subject to the following amendments. A, the benefits of this project, including improving road safety and travel times, enhancing local connectivity and reducing congestion and noise on page 73 of the Transport Strategy revised as attached in 12.2.1 under the heading Orrong Road Plan Study be removed. And B, the words draft concept plan be added to the notation for figure 5.6 on page 75. And my reasons being, the reason I have proposed this amendment is that this is a value statement and the current concept plan by Main Roads WA is still a draft and is yet to be set to advocate for by the council to the relevant state authorities. Also, as stated on page 22 of the attachment 12.2.1.7, it outlines that the town still needs to assess issues of the impact of any future design on adjacent community. Also, the concept design has not been finalised and any figure in the report may not reflect any future plans for Orrong Road. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lysandro. Could I call please for a seconder for Councillor Lysandro's proposed amendment? Seconded Councillor Devereux. Councillor Lysandro, do you wish to speak to your proposed amendment?
No, I think I've outlined my reasons as to why. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devereux, as the seconder, do you wish to speak to the proposed amendment?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Just very briefly to say I support this small suggested amendment, although I'm foreshadowing an amendment of my own after this, but I do support this amendment and I don't think there's any need for this reference like that to the Orrong Road situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Devereux. I'd like to ask a question about this proposed amendment from the administration. What is the town's position with regards to this proposal to remove one of the sentences and add some further words to a figure in the documents? Ms. Martin Good?
Through the chair, don't have any objection to those. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any dissent to the proposed amendment by Councillor Sandro? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Sandro. Councillor Devereux.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I also wanted to propose an amendment to the item.
Yep, please proceed.
Thanks. I just had a small amendment that came up last week at the agenda briefing forum when I asked about the title of the strategy, and I wanted to amend point 1 of the current report to note the submissions received and adopts the transport strategy and parking management plan, subject to the transport strategy being renamed to the integrated transport strategy.
Thanks, Councillor Devereux. So looking at the amendment that's just been carried, which remains on the screen, if that were now seen in light of the substantive amendment, are you proposing that your amendment will be point C? Like, where do you see your amendment sitting now that point 1 of the officer's recommendation has had an amendment to it? Where do you wish your words to appear?
I hadn't thought of it like that. So
you probably anticipated that you were going to be perhaps the only one making an amendment or going first to it. I suppose in the grand scheme of things, can I offer you this advice? It's probably not going to make a lot of difference, because if the amendment is passed, the effect of the amendment will take place in the various places in the document it needs to. So you're wanting to amend the title of the document, but throughout the document, there may be other references to the document, and I assume you want the amended title to appear wherever the words appear. So I would perhaps suggest that you'd be looking to have your amendment appear as now point 1C, just for convenience sake, for the minutes secretary. So perhaps if you have some thoughts about that, let me know before I call for a seconder, so that they know what they're seconding.
Are you asking me, Mayor Vernon, or the?
I am asking you, Councillor Destro, yes,
sorry.
for your amendment.
Yes, no, I'm happy with that suggestion. If that works, to have it as point C.
Okay, and Councillor Devereux, your proposed amendment has been shared with governance already, so they should have a copy of it as it was worded. Wonder if we could get our minutes secretary to bring that up, please. Okay, she's been working on changing it for you. So this would be that point 1 to the officer's recommendation, which has now already been amended, will contain those words 1C, the transport strategy being renamed to the integrated transport strategy. Yeah.
Correct, thank you.
All right, thank you. So can I call now, please, for a seconder for Councillor Devereux's amendment? Seconded, Councillor Alessandro. Councillor Devereux, did you want to speak more substantively to your amendment?
I didn't have the opportunity to share my reason, so that might cover both things, if that's okay, Mayor Vernon.
More than happy for you to do that.
Thank you. So it was just in the reason I suggested that I note the importance mentioned in the officer's report on aligning with the document's vision and improving clarity for the community. The stated vision is to provide an integrated accessible and sustainable transport network, which connects people to places and supports the town as a livable inner city community. Given this community, my proposal is that the transport strategy title should say integrated transport strategy, so that it can better convey the intent of that strategy vision to connect people to places, and hence connect or convey the integrating contribution that the strategy will bring to making the town more livable, green, socially and economically viable. The other point in terms of reason was just that it would also give some continuity with the old strategy name, but also be shorter and clearer than the previous title, which was Integrated Movement Network Strategy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Devereux. Councillor Sandro is the seconder of the amendment. Do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. So we'll now go to the substantive recommendation as amended. All right. Councillor Sandro, as the mover, did you wish to be substantively heard on this recommendation?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Potter, as the seconder, did you wish to be heard?
Really briefly, Mayor Vernon, just to say, really excited that we're finally moving this integrated transport strategy. I think one of the earliest things I did when I came onto council was move the IMNS, which was the Integrated Movement Network Strategy. So the upgraded ITS and PMP is quite exciting to have those two moved into one strategy and to move forward into the future with a new and upgraded plan.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move on to item 12.4, given that item 12.3 has been dealt with by exception resolution. Item 12.4 is operating subsidies 2022-2023 round 1, and we need Councillor Lisandro to have left the room, having declared an indirect financial interest. Can I ask Ms. Bray to confirm that Councillor Lisandro has left the electronic meeting room completely?
Yes, she has left. Thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is that Council award 3-year operating subsidy commencing 1 July 2022 to Harold Hawthorne Senior Citizens Centre and Homes Incorporated for $99,040, cash payment plus Perth CPI applied for years 2 and 3, and in kind $960 per year. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder of the recommendation? Moved myself, Mayor Vernon, seconded Councillor Potter. I don't wish to be heard. Councillor Potter, do you wish to be heard? No. Is there any dissent? No. There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. If we can now invite Councillor Lisandro to rejoin the electronic meeting room, please. I can't see Councillor Sandro. She's down the bottom, but without her camera switched on. There you go. Thank you. You're back. All right. So we'll now be moving on to subsequent items on the agenda. The next item that is on the agenda, 12.5, has been dealt with by exception resolutions. We move to item 13, the Chief Operations Officer reports, and item 13.1 has been dealt with by way of exception resolution. And I did think that item 13.2 had also been dealt with by way of exception resolution. Ms. Horner, can you confirm that's the case?
Just 13.2
is investigation of a Verge bond system. I'm just scrolling back now.
Just for clarification, it wasn't included in methods of dealing with agenda business?
No, it appears that it hasn't been. Yeah, it probably should have been in hindsight, but never mind. All right, so the recommendation for this item is that Council 1 notes the findings associated with the potential introduction of a Verge bond system, 2 endorses the town's preference that no Verge bond system be introduced, and 3 endorses the Chief Executive Officer to put in place a more formal mechanism to detail a report on damage to infrastructure which may have occurred due to building or demolition activity for future consideration. Can I call please for a mover and seconder of that recommendation? Moved Councillor Potter, seconded myself, Mayor Vernon. Councillor Potter, did you wish to be heard?
No, thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. I don't wish to be heard as the seconder. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. The next items on the agenda, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.6 have all been declared by exception resolution. We reach item 14, the Chief Financial Officer reports, and items 14.1 and 14.2 have already been dealt with by exception resolution. We come now to item 15.
Sorry, presiding member, just to be clear, I updated that item 14.2 does need to be dealt with as it wasn't dealt with as an exception resolution. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We do need to deal with item 14.2 then. Item 14.2, the recommendation is that Council 1 confirms the accounts for February 2022 as included in the attachment pursuant to Regulation 13 of the Local Government Financial Management Regulations 1996, and 2, confirms the direct lodgement of payroll payments to the personal bank accounts of employees pursuant to Regulation 13 of the Local Government Financial Management Regulations 1996. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder for that recommendation? Moved Councillor Potter, seconded Deputy Mayor Anderson. Councillor Potter, did you wish to be heard?
No, thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson, did you wish to be heard?
No, thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? Councillor Hamer.
Just a question. I think Deputy Mayor Anderson raised one at the ABF about the $16,000 for training. Did that get an answer?
Deputy Mayor Anderson, I think that you received an answer to that. Is that correct?
Yes, it's in the further comments in the report. Should be. That's how I read it.
Yep. Councillor Hamer, is there anything arising from that? I can ask I can either read out what's in the further comments to you or direct you to it.
Nothing else. Thanks, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. So I'll call again. Is there any dissent to this item? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. So we now move on to item 15, which is the committee reports. The first item that we have to deal with is 15.1, amendment to policy 117, business grants. The officer recommendation is that Council 1 amends policy 117, business grants, to allow for emergency relief funding as per attachment 1, and 2, declares emergency relief is required for the purpose of the business grants program. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder for this recommendation?
Still seeking a mover.
Moved Councillor Devereux, seconded Councillor Hamer. Councillor Devereux, as the mover of the recommendation, do you wish to be heard?
No, not at this time. Thanks, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. Councillor Hamer, as the seconder of the recommendation, do you wish to be heard?
Nothing from me. Thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the officer recommendation? I will speak against the officer recommendation. As I said during the policy committee when this item was presented to policy committee, I don't support the officer recommendation for this amendment. Whilst I understand the intent was to create some flexibility into the business grants policy that would allow for emergency relief funding and for a current declaration of emergency relief, I was not satisfied that emergency relief had been properly considered in the policy, given that the definition extended to things like flood, fire, storm damage, as well as global pandemics. Further, there was insufficient detail throughout the proposed amendment to the policy that would indicate the criteria that council should apply in order to determine whether there was sufficient circumstances that warranted a declaration that emergency relief would be required. There was certainly, in my view, insufficient information in the officer's report to the policy committee justifying why council should now be recommended to declare that emergency relief is required at this point in time. There were also issues with how this could actually be achieved, given that in August last year, after the conclusion of the COVID-19 action plan by the town of Victoria Park, determined that the business grants program that had been introduced as COVID-specific COVID business grants should now move to the development of more general grants policy, which we did do, and that was designed to give greater flexibility to the business grants and not to tie them to the circumstances of the pandemic. The problem is that in the report that was provided to council, the officers were of the view that the micro grants program that had been run during COVID as part of the COVID action plan had been incredibly time consuming to operate on the part of the staff, that it had only reached a certain number of people, and that the question of the overall value and impact of making very small grants available in such a scenario of an emergency was perhaps not the best way forward, and that developing a more fulsome and detailed business grants policy was the better way forward. So we did do that. We took that advice. The business grants policy 117 was developed and implemented by council last year, and indeed the first round of the business grants was dealt with by council towards the end of last year. I remain unpersuaded that this type of amendment is needed. I would prefer that we take some further steps to grow the business grants program into the future as a more useful and more universally accessible program for people, rather than us seeing that we have some money left in the budget and we somehow declare that emergency relief is required, for what purposes necessarily, I wouldn't know, and then we proceed to expend those funds. I think there are better ways to deal with that, and more work would be required, I think, to persuade council that this sort of amendment should be made. So I won't be supporting the officer's recommendation on this occasion. Is there anyone who now wishes to speak in favour of the recommendation? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Councillor Alessandro.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I just want to reiterate the comments I made at Policy Committee, and that is that I think having an emergency relief policy should be a standalone policy, that it should also, if we were to pursue it, needed much more further work, and should also include elements of investigating what contributions could be done for community, not just businesses, residents and ratepayers. So on that basis, I won't be supporting this recommendation, because I think that it kind of scrambles and makes, it kind of muddies the water for a grants policy. I think there should be a standalone relief policy, emergency relief policy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for or against the policy before I go to the mover of the recommendation to close the debate? If there's no one else who wishes to speak, I'll call upon Councillor Devereux as the mover of the recommendation. Do you wish to close the debate?
Just very briefly, I also felt like there was some confusion in bringing these two things together. So I also had that doubt in my mind, and I have some sympathy with the views of both the Mayor and Councillor Alessandro on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Devereux. So now I'd like to ask elected members to please vote on this matter. Declare the recommendation is lost unanimously. We'll now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 15.3, given that item 15.2 has already been dealt with by way of exception resolution. Item 15.3 is review of policy 404, fireworks management, results of public consultation. And the recommendation from the policy is that council adopt the amended policy 404, fireworks management, as shown in attachment 5, subject to 5 separate and discrete amendments, which should now be on the screen. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation?
Still seeking a mover.
Moved Councillor Sandro, seconded Councillor Potter. Councillor Sandro, do you wish to be heard as the mover?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I wish to move an amendment to this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can you outline your amendment, please?
Yes, thank you. I wish to move the following amendment, that the officer's recommendation be numbered 1 with the numbered points to be relabelled A to E, and a new point 2 be added, and that point 2 reads that the CEO provides a report to council on possible ways to encourage alternatives to fireworks displays, such as but not limited to light and drone shows, to a future council concept forum on or prior to March 2023. And my reasoning being that the town's the officer's report has not fully explored and investigated other options to fireworks such as light and drone shows, and it is unclear if the current fireworks policy can cover these types of shows or if it would require a separate policy. This is especially timely as the City of Perth and City of Cockburn have both indicated that they will be moving away from these due to cost, as well as community attitudes to new forms of celebration of events. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Alessandro. Can I call please for a seconder for the proposed amendment?
Still seeking a seconder.
Seconded, Councillor Devereux. Councillor Sandro, do you want to speak further to your proposed amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just only to add further that I think it timely, given that the City of Perth will downscale their fireworks, and that may provide us some opportunity to learn from that, from their processes, but also just in terms of providing alternatives, given that I don't think that we have any policies that cover light or drone shows, and it would be timely to have some type of report presented back to council through a concept forum to just highlight whether this should be a separate policy in itself, not contained within the fireworks, or whether it could be contained in the fireworks. That would be up to the town officers at the time. So that's all I'll probably add. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro. Councillor Devereux is the seconder of the amendment. Do you wish to be heard?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Vernon. I just wanted to start with a question, because I think the note 21 of the officer's report did say they would conduct further research prior to the ordinary council meeting, but I'm assuming, given the very short time that we had between the two meetings, that was not possible. Could I just check on that, please?
Yes, thank you. Refer that question to the Chief Community Planner, Ms. Martin Good.
Through the chair, no, there wasn't an opportunity to research that in detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devereux, any further questions?
No further questions, but was going to speak to the motion.
If you'd like to speak to the amendment, yes, please.
Yes, to the amendment, yes. Just to say, I think the fact that we don't have further information about the options, I think the proposal to have this considered further, particularly in the light of the City of Cockburn review from last year that looked at both the policy but also alternatives to fireworks. And I think there is a real opportunity for us to consider alternatives as part of our policy and proposing that to proponents. And I think Councillor Alessandro's proposal to seek further information to help us consider that would be very helpful, and also be very timely, given both the Cockburn report and, as Councillor Alessandro said, there have been from the City of Perth and others some queries about ongoing use of fireworks. And so I think it's timely to consider it, but also in the light of our community strategic plan with its emphasis on sustainability. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Devereux. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. We now go back to the substantive recommendation as amended. Councillor Sandro, as the mover, did you wish to speak to the substantive amended recommendation?
Sorry, no, Thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. Councillor Potter, did you wish to speak to the recommendation?
No, thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item on our agenda for decision is going to be item 15.7, Amendment Prescribed Offences Local Law 2022, results of public consultation. This item comes to us from the Policy Committee, but it is an absolute majority, which is why we're dealing with it now. The recommendation from the Policy Committee is that Council 1 considers the submissions received in relation to the proposed Town of Victoria Park Amendment Prescribed Offences Local Law 2022, and 2 makes the Town of Victoria Park Amendment Prescribed Offences Local Law 2022 as shown in attachment 1 in accordance with section 3.12 of the Local Government Act 1995. The purpose of this local law is to amend the Schedule 1 of the Town of Victoria Park Activities on Thoroughfares and Trading in Thoroughfares and Public Places Local Law 2000 to reflect the correct clause numbers for items 32 to 44 and move to the penalty unit system in accordance with the Town of Victoria Park Penalty Units Local Law 2021. The effect of this local law is to amend clause 9.4 and Schedule 1 of the Town of Victoria Park Activities on Thoroughfares and Trading in Thoroughfares and Public Places Local Law 2000. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder of the recommendation?
Still seeking a seconder.
Moved Councillor Potter, seconded Deputy Mayor Anderson. Councillor Potter, do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson, do you wish to be heard?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. The next item for us to deal with is item 16, which is applications for leave of absence. And so on this occasion, we have 2 requests that are set out for leave of absence, and the recommendation is that Council approve a leave of absence for Councillor Hamer for the date of 2 August 2022 and Mayor Vernon for the dates of 3 May to 5 May 2022 inclusive. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder for this recommendation?
Still seeking a seconder. Thank you.
Moved Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Hendricks. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is item 17, motion of which previous notice has been given. We have 2 motions of which previous notice have been given. The first one is notice by Councillor Hamer in respect to COVID response. Councillor Hamer, do you have a motion that you wish to present on the table for Council's consideration?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Ms. Vernon. Would you like me to read it out?
I would like you to read it out, please. And so read out your motion and then read out your reason, and then I will call for a seconder.
Can do. My motion reads that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer 1 to run a survey to gather community input and feedback on what they are facing with COVID-19 in 2022 and how the Council can most appropriately support community groups, businesses, residents, ratepayers and electors so they can best support and encourage each other to be a resilient, caring and inclusive community in the face of COVID and the many pressures and stresses it has caused. 2, seek to learn and implement any best practices of support to any businesses, organisation or community group that currently operates in the town. 3rd, report back to Council the findings and look at multiple recommendations to assist. My reason In 2022, for the first time, the town of Victoria Park is experiencing actual COVID-19 community transmission and is attempting to remain open without lockdowns while navigating the current restrictions and health advice. That is my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hamer. Can I call please for, is there a seconder for this motion?
Still seeking a seconder.
Seconded, Councillor Devereux. Councillor Hamer, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Ms Vernon. Just briefly, I know it's getting late. Obviously, I will be supporting this motion as it wears my name. For many organisations, the issues around COVID has evolved from the threat of lockdowns to being replaced with isolation requirements. The optimism of returning to normal when they developed a vaccine has been replaced with policing vaccine passports. Open borders has moved into community transmission. This survey isn't asking the council to do anything, support any action, or even advocate. It's just to ask questions and to listen. I hope council will support this survey and give this topic more prominence than the limited scope of questions raised at a breakfast event back in February. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hamer. Councillor Devereux, as the seconder, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, briefly, Mayor Vernon. Just to say, we did receive a petition in relation to COVID mandates some time back, and there was some consideration of how that might be dealt with. And I know at the recent electors meeting as well, there was a number of people concerned about the impacts of COVID. That meant a number of electors raised concerns at that meeting of electors. I think the COVID pandemic has had an impact on all of our community, and a number of emails and other questions that we've received as councillors has highlighted the level of polarisation that the issue of COVID has caused in different ways. But also I really recognise that the tiring impact on all of us of the COVID situation over the last 2 years. And I think there is a real value in hearing from all of the community, not just businesses, but from community groups and people in all ways across our community to see how they're feeling and how they feel the council might be able to respond in a supportive way, in the same way that we have with some groups, like with the business grants, that have been a very helpful support, I think, and been appreciated. But we haven't canvassed the range of opportunities for supporting people right across our community to cope with this difficult pandemic that we've all had to face. And so I really value the suggestion from Jessie for canvassing of broad community attitudes to see how we might best support and respond to those, and just listen to the community about where they're at. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Devereux. Councillor Alessandro, you have your hand up. Do you have questions, or are you waiting to be able to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yes, I do have some questions. I'm just wanting some clarification with point 3, report back to council, the findings. I'm just wondering if the administration would be able to provide some clarity as to when that would occur. So whether that needs to be, that particular point needs to be amended so that we do have a date. And I'm just wanting to know also if Councillor Hamer would look to have that as a specific date in terms of reporting back to council. Thank you.
Let's ask the question first. Direct that question to the Chief Community Planner, Ms. Martin Good.
Through the chair, without having spoken to the relevant staff, it'd be very difficult for me to give a precise answer. If I was to give a very rough answer, it would have to be sometime next financial year.
Sorry, that was sometime next financial year, did you say, or this financial year?
Next financial year.
I don't think that's going to be particularly helpful, Councillor Sandro, for you or Councillor Hamer, to know when precisely in a 12-month window of time that hasn't started yet. He should ask for the report to come back to council. So I take it we can't advance that any further. So Councillor Sandro, did you still wish to ask Councillor Hamer a question about him amending potentially point 3 of his motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just in relation to the officer's comments, I'm just interested to know Councillor Hamer's thoughts on what's just been said in relation to the next financial year.
That's fine. Councillor Hamer, obviously Councillor Sandro was hoping that she could fix a date after consultation with the staff and ask you to amend your motion to include a request for the report to come back to council by a certain date. Now that you've heard the answer, is there anything that you would wish to say about that?
Yes, I did recall the questions raised at the ABF were around the time it would take for this survey to be done, and that was 4 weeks, and I questioned that. So I'm a bit confused of why it would push out to a number of months to come back to council, but maybe there's something I don't know there.
Ms. Martin-Good, are you able to provide any broad considerations for the benefit of elected members as to what would need to be done before a report could come back, so that even though you can't tell us the timing, we might be able to gain some insight into the process?
Through the chair, paragraphs 13 and 14 of the further comments section of this report talk about the approximate time to do the survey, which includes procurement of the consultant, is 3 months at an approximate cost of $15,000. So if I was to estimate a time for that to come back in terms of the survey results to come back and for the town staff to formulate responses, that would be a minimum of 6 months, i.e. the 3 months that's stated in the report, and at a minimum another 3 months for staff to formulate some options for council to consider via a report.
Councillor Hamer or Councillor Sandro, anything arising out of that?
I just wish I asked for the report back in November. It would have been, yeah.
Well, Councillor Hamer, we don't try to make off-the-cuff comments during the course of the meeting. I more meant, do you have any specific questions that you would like to ask now that you are given that information that can help towards advancing your motion?
I think just to respond to Councillor Lysandro's question of, I'm happy to change the wording, but I'm open to suggestions of what the wording would be to assist in that, which I don't have any ideas.
All right, thank you. Obviously, it is your motion, so you will get more opportunities if you want to ask questions, and you will get to close the debate in due course. Councillor Lysandro, do you have any questions arising that are remaining for you about this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just in relation to the officer's comment about 3 months and a further 3 months, then I gather that would be 6 months from now. Would that be correct?
All right, well, we'll ask Ms. Martin-Good, would that be 3 months from today's date, or would that be 3 months from the start of the next financial year?
I would estimate 6 months from now, so that would make October.
Councillor Sandro, anything further?
Given that response, I'm just wondering whether Councillor Hamer would consider asking for a report to come back to council in October or November. Thank you.
I'm sure Councillor Hamer can consider that, and I'd like to let him have the opportunity to continue to consider that while I see if there are questions from other elected members in the meantime.
I do have a further question.
I was about to ask, do you have further questions?
Yes, thank you. Just in relation to point 2, it says seeks to learn and implement and any best practices. I'm just wanting to know from Councillor Hamer whether that would also mean whether those best practices would have costs attached to them. Is he seeking for that to be included in a report? Thank you.
Councillor Hamer, are you able to assist with Councillor Alessandro's question? We can't hear you, Councillor Hamer. You're on mute.
Sorry, mispressed. I did choose wording that was open because I don't know the answers to the questions and I don't know what the best practices are. So I would have to leave that in the hands of the town staff to get back to me.
Thank you.
Ms. Martin-Good, with regards to point 2, which requests the CEO seeks to learn and implement any best practices of support to any business, organisation or community group that currently operates in the town. Are you able to give us your professional advice with regard to what type of time period would be necessary for the town to learn about best practices of support for businesses, organisations or community groups currently operating in the town, and how much time thereafter it would take to implement those best practices once having learned about them?
Through the chair, not knowing what the best practices are, it would be impossible for me to give a time estimate on that.
All right, thank you. Can I follow up with another question then? This is partly one of my own, but partly to clarify and assist for other elected members. Would you anticipate there would be some cost to the town in seeking to learn and implement best practices of support to the parties listed?
Through the chair, in terms of learning, I don't necessarily think there would be a cost associated with that. There may be a cost with implementing.
All right, thank you. Councillor Potter, you've had your hand up for a while. You have some questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether some of these questions are already being asked of community groups, particularly around best practices and what kind of support the town can give to them. Yeah, so if those questions are already being asked and if that sort of information is already being gathered in a different way.
Ms. Martin-Good?
Sorry, I didn't quite understand the question. Could you repeat that again? Please?
Yeah, I'm wondering that if some of these questions around best practices and what sort of support the town can give is already being collected from community groups in maybe a different way.
Through the chair, we certainly talk to community groups and they recommend what they're doing. Whether that is best practice, that's probably something that we would need to do more research on.
Are there any other questions from elected members about this item? Councillor Alessandro.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just given the response from the officer to Councillor Potter's question and the need to research, I'm just wanting to know whether Councillor Hamer would include in point 2, seeks to learn, research and implement, or whether that needs to be included. Thank you. The research component. Thank you.
So you want that question directed to Councillor Hamer?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Hamer?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, I'm happy.
You would look at including the extra word research in point 2?
I'd say learn and research are very similar, and if that was needed to be put in, that's fine by me.
Well, I don't think that's quite the way the question went. Councillor Sandro wanted to know if you thought it should be included, not whether you thought it could be included.
I don't think it changes the meaning of that sentence at all, but if it wants to capture research as opposed to learn, they're interchangeable to me. So
I think that's the answer Councillor Sandro was looking for, because she did preface, like she did end her question by saying, or is that necessary? So it's really like, I think she's heard from you now that you consider that it's interchangeable. So that's designed to inform Councillor Sandro as to whether she should be asking you to amend your own motion. So she now needs to think about your answer in that regard. Councillor Ive.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I have a question for the staff. Given the information that is currently being collected by the Economic Development team for an upcoming concept forum from community groups, from other data that we have access to, do the staff feel that this survey would tell us anything new?
I'll direct that question to Ms. Martin-Good.
Through the chair, not knowing what the questions would be, really difficult for me to answer that question. Certainly the concept forum topics is going to give a good indication, but without knowing, without having the expertise of how to write a survey, potentially to look at the gaps, depending on what comes out of the concept forum. If a survey was to focus on the gaps that we're not getting, then yeah, they could be very different data sets potentially.
Thanks, Ms. Martin-Good. You've referred to the concept forum. Are you able to elaborate for elected members, or would you like me to do that about the coming concept forum topic discussion about this?
Through the chair, I suspect you'll be much more articulate than me about elaborating what the next, what the concept forum topic is that I was mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin-Good. Can you just confirm that this is going to be discussed at concept forum in April this month?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'll just assist elected members if I can, very briefly. So I had a detailed conversation earlier in the year with Councillor Devereux. I had a separate conversation with Councillor Hamer, and that resulted in me putting in a concept forum request form, which is now on the list for this month. And if everyone just gives me 1 moment, I'll just bring up the concept forum topic. Oh, that didn't go to plan. I opened up the one that it wasn't, and now I'm trying to find the one that I did submit. Lucked out again. I'm hoping a bunch of concept forum topics here that are not helpful at the moment. I don't know, Ms. Horner, are you able to access the concept forum topic request that I submitted?
Just a moment, I'll see if I can get it.
Thank you. In the shortest terms possible, the request was for us to have a concept forum that would actually look at some economic data for the town with regards to the impact of COVID-19, looking more broadly at some of the drivers of what's been happening in the community. And it does seek to create an opportunity for us as elected members to discuss what the town's understanding is of what is happening in the broader community, what the town has been doing, particularly since COVID-19 community transmission developed in WA earlier this year, and also for us to have that kind of conversation that we once would have had in the COVID-19 recovery working group about what types of things we could look at doing. I know that the concept forum request form became quite detailed because I took on board helpful recommendations from Councillor Devereux about some avenues that should be put to the staff. So that is what is essentially in that concept forum topic. I suspect that it might cover some of the issues about support levels and what can be done like at the end of the process of inquiry, but it wasn't a concept forum that focused, for example, on conducting surveys within the community to gather the information. It was to look at what other information does the town have available to it at its fingertips, because myself, Deputy Mayor Anderson and Councillor Ife had the benefit of being on the COVID recovery working group, where monthly the town's economic development staff and other staff would present to us on everything from Google mobility data to Commonwealth Bank acquired information about spending patterns throughout the town and how, for example, purchasing was being quite responsive to what was happening in the economic environment as well as the social environment at the time, foot traffic, pedestrian counts. We were looking at lots of data showing what was going on in the town, and the town staff had access to that from a variety of different sources. So it was quite useful. We would always get that snapshot of what was going on. But I take the point, that was at a time when there was no community transmission in Western Australia. So if that data was available back then to the town staff, I was keen to see that that data might still be available to the town staff now, and they might be able to interrogate that data and tell us what it tells us since perhaps January this year in the concept forum, so that we could then discuss it. Ms. Horner, did you have any luck?
I'm afraid I'm still tracking it down, sorry.
All right, okay. Might be in my emails. I just can't tell you what. Well, it should have had the topic heading concept forum request form, so maybe I need to be scouring my own emails. Councillor Devereux, I'll ask for your question and I might have a chance to scour my emails while you look.
I'll endeavour to make it a really long question to give you more time.
Oh, please don't. I'm not trying to encourage really long questions at this time of night.
No, I won't. My question was just, given we do have an MOU with Curtin University, and I wonder whether there's ever been an experience of drawing on the expertise of, for example, master's students to give support to this sort of research endeavour that might assist us in looking at innovative approaches to responding to the concerns of the community and other stakeholders around COVID. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Devereux. Ms. Martin-Good, is that something that you can assist with?
Yeah, through the chair, we have on numerous occasions used not just master students, but other types of students from Curtin University from various disciplines, none with a particular discipline relating to COVID, but certainly we are able to use that MOU and have done in the past and are currently using that.
Councillor Devereux, anything further arising out of that?
So given the positive experience that has been had in that space, would you consider it worth pursuing to complement the other suggestions that have been placed in the officer's report around ways of collecting information?
Ms. Martin-Good?
Through the chair, yes, it would be very logical to do that.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, elected members, I've had no luck whatsoever. I'm finding my email that was sent through requesting the concept forum topic, so I can't really advance that conversation any further. But We do need to bring this matter to a close. So we haven't actually heard any debate save for the mover and the seconder speaking to the item. Councillor Sandro, you have your hand up. Do you have more questions?
Just one question, and that is directed to Councillor Hamer. Just given all the comments and also in terms of the time frame of when this report could come back to council, would he be willing to seek to have a time frame, given that it will be 6 months from now, to the October concept forum? I'm just wondering whether he would be willing to provide an amendment to his notice of motion. Thank you. So there's some time.
Thanks, Councillor Hamer.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I can amend that. I don't think it's necessary. The officer has mentioned that that's the time it'll take. If that's the time it'll take, I don't think having
sorry, Councillor Hamer, just to interject to make this quick, the reason why that the elected members are used to requesting town staff to provide reports by a set date is to keep that front of mind. So it's also a date that everyone can work towards. It also pins a time for it to be ending up in a future agenda. If you don't specify a time in your notice of motion, town staff will take whatever time they consider as appropriate without further reference to you. So if you wish to request that the report comes back by a set date, it's advantageous to include that from a governance perspective in your notice of motion. So Councillor Sandro is obviously inviting you to do that. The question is, if you want to do it, what date would you like to put in? Because it is your motion. We only need to get agreement from the seconder that you'll be changing the wording. You need to set the time frame that you consider appropriate given the information you've now got.
Sure, I'm happy to lock in October, or I could be more adventurous and look at maybe September. But
it's really a matter for you, Councillor Hamer. The questions have been asked. We've gained some information from the staff. You need to consider what you do with that.
Sure. Well, then no later than October, and if earlier if possible. Yeah.
All right. So, well, the earlier if possible doesn't need to be in the recommendation. So on that basis, you'd be looking to add the words in report back to council by October 2022.
Yep.
So the words by October means if they can do it sooner, they will present it sooner than that. But that's the end date that you wish it to come back to council by then.
Got it.
Ms. Horner, are you able to add those words into Councillor Hamer's notice of motion?
Could Councillor Hamer clarify whether he would like it in the middle there or at the end of the point? Thank you.
Oh. Councillor Hamer, do you have a particular preference for whether the words go in the middle or at the end?
I'm keen to move on. It's 10 o'clock.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Keen to move on as well, thanks. So it'll stay as it is now. Is there anyone who wishes to speak substantively to this motion, either for or against, who hasn't spoken so far? Councillor Ife.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I've listened with great interest to this because I agree that it's good to ask questions and find out the impact on our community of things that are happening. I'm, however, really concerned that this would be giving us a report in 6 months' time. This is such a moving feast. If you look at what COVID has happened what's happened with COVID in the last 6 months, information collected 6 months ago would be of questionable relevance now. I actually think that it's also premature to be passing this, given that we are discussing what data is available and what information we do have at a concept forum in a very short number of weeks. So while I am impressed with Councillor Hamer's intent with this, I feel that it's probably not helpful until we know what data we already have collected, which we'll find out from the concept forum, which would allow us to examine any gaps. And then we're still talking about 6 months down the track, at which point the relevance of the information could well be questionable. So at this stage, I don't think I'm willing to support this. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Ife. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the item? Councillor Hendricks.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I have reservations myself a little bit because we've only just entered this period with COVID. COVID's probably going to be around for quite a while, different strains possibly. So we've got to learn to live with it. So the fact that it's not here for 6 months, or the result won't be there, and the fact that you're having a possible concept forum on a similar discussion, I'd be more in favour of waiting to do such a thing. And also, I mean, we've got to look after our budget, and I see there's also recommended they're going to put $110,000 aside for this as well. So that to me is a big concern. So in light of it all, I mean, I think it's better to wait. And I think the issues the town's having, or the community's having, is because of the restrictions and mandates. And I think we probably can do far better for the communities to advocate on those things as it came out at the electors meeting. So that's just my opinion on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hendricks. Councillor Sandro.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just given all the comments, and I do take them on board, I will actually be supporting this notice of motion. I think, you know, having the argument that, you know, it's going to be 6 months out of date, you could say, well, you know, the data that we're going to receive at the April, you know, concept forum, you know, we don't know when that data was collected. That could be also out of date. The fact that it's going to be encompassing residents and ratepayers and electors, I think that that's really important to hear their views as to how COVID has impacted on them. And it is just it's a report coming back to council, and I think any data collected, be it whatever cycle, whether, you know, we've got, you know, future outbreaks or a different strain or whatever, is really valuable to have our community be able to present how this, you know, pandemic has affected them. So on that basis, I will be supporting the notice of motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandro. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I won't be supporting the motion for many of the same reasons that Councillor Ife stated. I think that it's premature when we know that there's a concept forum topic on this month. I'm more interested in seeing what we've already gathered and who we've gathered it from and what that data tells us. And then maybe moving forward with whatever the holes are in that in the future. I'm concerned that by just a survey to the community with not really anything targeted, that we may be just asking a lot of the same people the same questions. And I think that doubling up is a waste of town's resources. So I think that I'll be waiting until after the concept forum before I'll be looking at what else we need to do, and then we can make a more informed decision at that point.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Sandro, do you have a question to ask, given that you have already spoken on this item?
Yes, I do have a question. I'm just wondering if Councillor Hamer would look to further amend his notice of motion to include the upcoming concept forum in April, and whether that could be a consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Sandro, that is effectively part of you speaking to this matter. You should have, in my view, reached out and had discussions with Councillor Hamer about his notice of motion beforehand. It was on the agenda last week and it has been circulated amongst elected members for some time. So I'm not going to invite Councillor Hamer to answer that. We really need to get this fairly straightforward matter dealt with. Look, I'm going to speak to the item, and I'll certainly give any other elected members who haven't spoken an opportunity before inviting Councillor Hamer to close the debate. I'm not going to support this item. I do understand Councillor Hamer's intent behind it. I feel like that intent has come from a place of wishing to see something happen very quickly. But there are a couple of things that are really important. I'm not persuaded that simply running a survey, which undoubtedly would be an electronic online survey, is going to actually secure useful data that can then inform action by the town, because that's what we do. We don't do surveys to find out about how people feel and how they're responding, so we can then do nothing with it. The intention would be that we would need to do something with it. I would prefer to see any survey be a part of a project that the town decided that they would wish to run, and that a survey would be one component of it, and they would determine how to target such a survey and to whom they should target it. Secondly, I do accept, and Councillor Potter alluded to the fact that the town staff for some time have been participating through community development with regular meetings with community not-for-profit and service providers to the most vulnerable members of our community. And those are roundtable forums hosted by those service providers, and the town staff get to attend them. And they've been happening fairly regularly, and they allow a good opportunity for the sharing of information about what's going on, particularly in that sector, which is the support services sector. The next thing is, I'm mindful of the fact that the town's officers' response to this notice of motion has been to say that they don't support running such a survey, but even that notwithstanding, there are issues about the cost of doing this and what we would get from it and where it would take us. I personally would much prefer to see us have an open conversation as an elected member group about whether we would like to see the COVID-19 recovery working group be reinstated and start looking at perhaps a potentially COVID action plan number 2. We still do have a COVID-19 recovery strategy called Restart Vic Park, and that strategy remains in place, and it has all the necessary pillars to it for how we will move through COVID all the way through to post the pandemic and how we can start to thrive. So I prefer to see it followed through in that way as a logical consequence of the detailed and targeted manner in which we approach COVID-19 when it first caused an immediate impact not only on our local community, business and residential, but also on the town's provision of services. Now we're in a different phase, and perhaps that's a better way to approach this. I'm also very concerned about point 2 in the notice of motion about seeking to learn and implement any best practices of support. As the Chief Community Planner said, the learning aspect of it might be something that the town can quite readily do, either by talking to their colleagues in local government elsewhere, doing as Councillor Devereux says, and utilising the great knowledge base at Curtin University and students who are already quite active potentially in this field of gathering data and researching best practices and writing papers on them. I agree that perhaps that can be done, but the cost of implementing those sorts of best practices, there would need to be an awful lot of work done before the town could ever bring that to council for endorsement. And this motion says that we are to do just that without anything further. We're to seek to learn and go ahead and implement without anything more. And to me, that isn't a proper governance approach to taking on projects that could be of enormous significance, both in terms of their cost, but also their resourcing. So for a number of reasons, I would prefer that we took a step back rather than trying to rush into surveying people. And we do look and assess the outcomes that we're already getting from the steps we're already taking. And then that we do start to focus on the gaps. And I'm just not convinced that a survey is the gap at the moment. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting this motion. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the motion? If not, I'm going to go to Councillor Hamer to close the debate. Councillor Hamer, would you like to close the debate? And if you're wishing to make any changes to the wording, now is your time to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Vernon. I do agree with a lot of your points, and this does have its flaws and isn't my first preference to move forward. I would mention that the cost was 15,000, which is higher than what I would have liked, not 110. And the data we currently have is from 2020 and from a breakfast in February. So there is an issue with data having an expiry date. That being said, I don't know what we would learn because we haven't learnt it yet. So I am somewhat optimistic that this could bear some fruit, but what that is, I honestly don't know. That's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you. Elected members, if you could please now vote. So I declare the motion lost. Those in favour of the motion, Councillor Hamer, Councillor Devereux and Councillor Sandro. Those against the motion, myself, Mayor Vernon, Deputy Mayor Anderson, Councillor Potter, Councillor Hendricks and Councillor Ive. Thanks, Councillor Hamer, for bringing this to our attention. These are always important conversations to have, and yeah, rest assured, we will continue as a group to work on what we do for our community. We now go to the next item on the agenda, which is the next member notice of motion, which is a notice of motion from myself. So I'll just indicate that my motion is as follows: that Council requests the CEO to list the following items for consideration in the draft annual budget 2022-2023. 1, Higgins Park floodlighting to the football ovals. 2, road renewal at Wall Street local centre areas from the end of the new revitalisation works to extend through each roundabout to finish it off. 3, Coolbardie Park removable shade sails to create a sheltered area in one or both of the enclosed dog exercise areas. And 4thly, Aqualife removable shade sails for a portion of the outdoor swimming pool. The reason for moving this motion is that firstly, the existing floodlighting at Higgins Park is very old and it's no longer working satisfactorily. There is an underlying issue with the power supply to the whole park that does require intervention from Western Power, and that will have a cost for the town that needs to be factored in. New floodlighting for the oval, football oval, is a feature of the master plan, and de-scoping the delivery of that floodlighting should now be considered to see if it can be done in the 22-23 year. At Wall Street, the residents have complained that the new local centre project looks unfinished, in part because the road surface upgrade does finish before each roundabout starts at the either end of the project. So extending the resurfacing through each roundabout to the other side would make the project look more complete. Coolbardie Park dog enclosed areas are very popular, but there is a distinct lack of shade, and the trees that were planted will take a long time to produce really useful shade. And Aqualife shade sails over outdoor pools, in my view, is a necessity to prevent skin cancer. So what I am seeking is a seconder, please, for my notice of motion.
Sorry, Mayor Vernon, I apologise. I submitted to the CEO after the beginning of the meeting a declaration of interest for this, so I just wanted to put a declaration in now.
Thank you.
Apologies, I didn't do it at the very beginning of the meeting. I did about 5 minutes after you asked us to. I have had contact from members of the Vic Park Raiders who use Higgins Park, advocating for floodlighting of those football ovals. Thank you.
Thank you. That's fine. I am assuming that Councillor Ike, you end up sending through your written declaration of interest and partiality for that item. Thank you. Councillor Sandro.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I too wish to declare a declaration of interest in partiality, as I've been approached by the Vic Park Raiders in the past in relation to floodlighting, and I'll be writing and sending my declaration this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could send that through by the end of the night, I appreciate that. So can I call please for, a seconder is already there. Councillor Hendricks has seconded. Thank you. As the mover, I don't wish to be heard in any substantive way. The motion is merely to request these items to be listed for consideration. whether or not they will end up passing our scrutiny and meeting the criteria for inclusion in the budget for 2022-23 remains to be seen. So I'm asking for these to be included since none of them are currently included in the draft budget developed to date. Councillor Hendricks, as a seconder, would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Vernon. I too am very grateful that you put this forward, particularly to do with the lighting. That's something I've been sort of keeping a close eye on. And the fact that it was de-scoped, I think, like you say, it's given us the opportunity to do it. And you know, I'm just very pleased that it's something maybe can be done about it. So, yeah, thank you for bringing this one through.
Thanks, Councillor Hendricks. Is there any dissent? Councillor Devereux.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Vernon. I won't be supporting this motion. I feel like we've already been struggling over a long period with the budget for this year. There's a number of high priority issues that we're struggling with already. I feel like pulling out specific additional ones at this stage muddies the water for me. And so while I don't negate to any extent the need for these things, I'm conscious of the need of so many other things already on our budget list that we're having to look at and consider. And so on that basis, I won't be supporting this because I just feel like it's too difficult to add more at this stage of the budget process. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Devereux. Is there anyone who now wishes to speak for? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Vernon. I'm happy to support it. It's probably different to Councillor Devereux, as I've been through the budget process, I think 10 times now. I'm used to things going in, coming out, going in, coming out, something else goes in. I don't have a problem with things being put for consideration. In the big scheme of things, we've still got a fair way to go, and we can easily pull these things out if they don't cut the mustard when they're put up against other things. So I'm happy for whatever to be considered.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against? No? Anyone else who wishes to speak? No? Then it falls to me to close the debate. Councillor Devereux, appreciate your reflections on how you see the process. I take the view quite firmly that notices of motion to council are the right way for elected members to raise items for potential consideration in the budget, not to be done as we sit around in budget workshops and talk about things that we might like to see happen. Town staff now have presented us with drafts. Those drafts did not include any of these items, and each of these items have come to my attention from members of our community who are desirous of seeing us to consider them. And I think that that is the appropriate way for us to deal with it. Could we potentially have seen my notice of motion a little earlier? Possibly so. But at the end of the day, it's only been recently that we've been digging into where we sit with the budget. So I think, like Councillor Potter, there's plenty of time for us to hear from the staff what each of these items might be worth and whether or not they have any priority. Town staff will give us advice about that and we can consider that. I think every year there are endless amounts of items that will have priority for some and not for others. And that is the joy of the budget process. And I'm quite happy for these 4 items to go on it. And I ask my fellow elected members to consider that it's only 4 more items, 3 of which are quite small in the scheme of things, to potentially be considered by us for inclusion. So can you all please now vote?
Still waiting on a vote.
So somebody hasn't voted?
correct. Are you happy for me to indicate who?
I
got it. I got it come through.
If you've got it, then you don't need to name names at this late stage of the night, but all right. So I declare the motion carried. Those in favour, myself, Mayor Vernon, Deputy Mayor Anderson, Councillor Hamer, Councillor Potter, Councillor Hendricks, Councillor Ife, and Councillor Sandro. Those against, Councillor Devereux. Thank you, elected members, for your contributions to both the notices of motion tonight from elected members. So we now move forward on our agenda, which unfortunately we are not yet finished with, but I am mindful that we're boxing towards our second lot of 2 hours sitting. So we'll see how we go from here as to when we might need to test your patience for a break or to conclude the meeting. The next item on the agenda is item 18, which is questions from members without notice. Are there any questions from elected members without notice? No, there being no questions from members without notice, we'll move to the next item, 19, new business of an urgent nature introduced by decision of the meeting. We have none. Item 20, public question time. Do we have any members of the community who are still in the electronic meeting who wish to ask questions? If so, please raise your hand. Electronically, that is. Ms. Bray, do we have any members of the community who remain in the meeting?
Mr. Pruitt is the only person left in the meeting. He has not raised his electronic hand.
All right, thank you. Just to be on the safe side, Mr. Pruitt, you've stuck with us this long. Do you have any questions for us?
No, thank you, Mel Vernon, and thank you for your appreciation of my support.
Thanks very much, Mr. Pruitt. Appreciate you joining us tonight. All right, so on that basis, we will move on to the next item, which is item 21, public statement time. Mr. Pruitt, while we have you nice and revved up, do you have any public statements for us?
I appreciate all your stamina that you've got there. Thank you very much for all the work you all put in.
So that's a great statement, Mr. Pruitt. Thank you so much for that. That's really nice to hear at what is coming towards the end of a long meeting. So we appreciate it very much. All right, thank you. That concludes public statement time. Item 22 is meeting closed to the public. In this instance, we do have a matter for which the meeting needs to be closed to the public. In these circumstances, I am going to first consult with my fellow elected members. Given that we are almost at the 2-hour mark since we last had a break, and we do have a confidential item to go behind closed doors and move out of this meeting room and into another one, do elected members want to have a break for a short period of time before we start that closed session? No. No one wants a break, so everyone wants to box on. I'm sorry to all the staff who might be involved, who are hoping that there might have been an opportunity for a break. Yes, so we're going to move forward on that basis. So I now need to move a procedural motion that Council 1 closes the meeting to the members of the public at 10:25 p.m. to consider item 22.1.1 in accordance with section 5.232A of the Local Government Act 1995. And secondly, permits the Chief Executive Officer, the Chief Operations Officer, the Manager Property Development and Leasing, the Manager Governance and Strategy, and the Meeting Secretary to remain in the chamber during discussion in accordance with clause 27(3)(a) of the Town of Victoria Park Meeting Procedures Local Law. Can I have a seconder, please, for the motion? Seconded, Councillor Ife. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now what we need to do is we'll obviously have to ask Mr. Pruitt to leave the meeting, and that may very well be good night from us to him. But thank you to everybody who joined us tonight. Can I now say to elected members, you will be being asked to now move to a Teams meeting, and you'll find the link for the Teams in your ordinary council meeting calendar invite for tonight's meeting. And I need to ask you to turn off your camera and to mute your microphones before you go off to the Teams meeting. Thank you very much. So we'll all be switching off our cameras and our microphones now and heading over. And obviously other staff who are no longer required may consider that they wish to now say good night.
Yeah, I can. I forgot where the mute button was. Okay. Where are we? At the end of I'm up. Sorry.
Just give everyone a second to come back onto Zoom. Councillor Hendricks, can you hear me? I think the IT gremlins have got Councillor Hendricks. So at the end of the day, it's kind of showing that he's there, but I can't see him. Councillor Hendricks, if you can hear this, please switch your video screen back on. Otherwise, I'm going to proceed without you, and that'll be noted in the minutes of the time that you weren't present in the meeting. There he is. Thank you. Excellent. I now read the resolution that Council resolves that this report and its resolution remain confidential in accordance with section 5.23 subsection 2 subparagraph C and 5.23 subsection 2 subparagraph E of the Local Government Act 1995. And then move to item 23, which is closure at 11:25 p.m. I declare this meeting of council closed. Thank you to anyone who stayed online with live streaming. Thank you to all of the staff and my fellow councillors for your perseverance, your forbearance, and your contributions to tonight's meeting. Thank you all. Ms. Bray, please stop the recording